Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, honored faculty members, researchers, and dear participants. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to 9th International Conference on Bioconvergence and Next-Gen Food Systems towards Sustainable Nutrition and Global Food Resilience, organized by Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speakers, chief guests, delegates, and participants who has joined us online and offline today. Your presence reflects the shared commitment to advancing knowledge and meaningful academic dialogue. I request and welcome Professor Dr. Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation, and Professor Dr. V.K. Modi to offer bouquet of flowers to Dr. Costanza Conti, Policy Research Lead, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, India, and Center Associate, Stockholm Resilience Center, Sweden. Please, students, give them round applause. I request dignitaries to kindly remain on stage and offer bouquet of flowers to Shri Vinamra Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise, MSME, Government of India, New Delhi, India. Shri Vinamra Mishra, Joint Secretary, has joined us as chief guest for this inaugural session. I request our HOI, Professor Dr. V.K. Modi, to offer a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University. I also request, sir, to kindly welcome Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, with bouquet of flower. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. To formally welcome our guests and participants, I would like to invite Dr. Monica Thakur, convener AMIFOST 2026 and Professor, Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to everyone present here. Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, respected Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Dr. Vinamra Mishra, Joint Secretary, MSME, Dr. Conti, Center Associate, Stockholm Resilience Center, Sweden, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Dr. Selvamurthy, Sir, Director General, MIT, Directorate of Science and Innovation, Dr. Tandon, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. V.K. Modi, Head of the Institution, Amity Institute of Food Technology, and their colleagues and participants of AMIFOST 2026. It is my great privilege and honor to warmly welcome you all to the 9th AMIFOST two-day international conference on the theme Bioconvergence and Next Generation Food Systems towards Sustainable Nutrition and Global Food Resilience. The AMIFOST conference series has regularly served as a dynamic platform where researchers, academicians, industry leaders, and policymakers come together to exchange knowledge, share innovations, and foster collaboration that address global challenges in food science and technology. The concept of bioconvergence integrates food science, biotechnology, engineering, and digital innovations with the potential to reshape the future of food science and nutrition. To our esteemed speakers and delegates, your presence and valuable insights will surely enrich the discussions and inspire meaningful collaborations. I also extend warm welcome to all the participants joining us both physically and online, making this conference truly global and inclusive gathering of minds. With these words, I once again welcome you all to the 9th AMIFOST 2026 and wish the 2 day of insightful deliberations, productive discussions, and fruitful networking. In this 2 day conference, different technical sessions will be held along with the online and offline oral and poster presentations. Wishing you all a fruitful experience. Welcome once again to the conference. Have a nice day and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To mark the auspicious beginning of this conference, we will now proceed with Saraswati Vandana and ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the triumph of knowledge over ignorance. May I kindly invite our dignitaries to kindly lit the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा। हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Thank you, dignitaries, for inaugurating this academic gathering. To provide us with an overview of the theme of the conference, it is my honor to invite Professor Dr. V.K. Modi, Chairperson, AMIFOST-2026, and Head of Institute, Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to address the gathering and present the conference theme.
Good morning. Most respected founder presidents, founder sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji. It's indeed a great honor for us to warmly welcome you, sir. Your visionary leadership and guidance continuously inspires us. We are deeply honored by your today presence online. So we welcome you, sir. Respected Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, I extend a heartfelt welcome. Sir, your constant guidance and encouragement have been a great source of motivation. Sir, we welcome you for this conference. Today's our esteemed chief guest, Shri Vinamra Mishra ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. It is an honor for us that your gracious acceptance our invitation, your leadership in MSME and your presence extremely valuable for this conference. We welcome you, sir. Today is our guest of honor. Today is our keynote speaker, Dr. Constanza Conti, Policy Research Lead at MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and Center Associate at the Stockholm Resilience Center, Sweden. We are privileged to have you to share your valuable insight with us for today's conference. We welcome you, madam. Our respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Balvinder Shukla. Madam, your guidance and encouragement always inspire us to excel. We welcome you, Madam. Our respected Dr. W. Salwamurthy Sir, President, MIT Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, and Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor. Sir, your energy always shows us a path of innovation. We welcome you, sir. Our today's distinguished guests, speakers, deans, directors, faculty members, researchers, participants, delegates, and dear students, it is our privilege to welcome you all to the 9th AMIFOST International Conference on the theme Bioconvergence and Next Generation Food System towards Sustainable Nutrition and Global Food Resilience. To introduce the theme of the conference, it is very important to understand the rapidly changing world, which is providing that the global food system stands at a critical crossroad. With increasing population, climate uncertainties, resources limitation, and involving nutritional challenges to ensure food security, all this has become one of the most pressing concerns of our times. Addressing these challenges require innovation, thinking, interdisciplinary collaboration, and transformative scientific solutions. This is where the concept of bioconvergence becomes highly significant. By bringing together advances in biotechnology, life sciences, data science, artificial intelligence, and agricultural innovation with bioconvergence enables us to design smarter and more resilient food system. It opens new possibilities for developing nutritious food, improving crop resilience, reduce food waste, and strengthening sustainable food supply chain across the globe. Next, the vision of next generation food system of the theme goes beyond merely producing more food. It focuses on producing food that is sustainable, safe, nutritious, and accessible to all, while protecting our environmental and preserving natural resources for future generation. Though innovation such as biofortified crops, alternative proteins, microbial fermentation, and sustainable food processing, we can reshape the future of nutrition and global food flexibility. Today's conference provides an important platform for researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and academicians to come together, share knowledge, and explore innovative solutions that can transfer the way we produce, process, and distribute food. The insight and discussions that will take place here in the conference have the potential to contribute significantly to building a more resilient and sustainable global food system. I am confident that the presence of such eminent dignitaries and experts will greatly enrich the discussions and inspire meaningful collaborations and ideas. With these words, I once again extend my heartfelt welcome to all our respected dignitaries, speakers, and participants. I wish the conference great success and hope that today's deliberations lead to an impactful knowledge exchange and innovation pathways for the future sustainable nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the participants. It is now a privilege to invite to the podium Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean at the Amity Institute of Biosciences and Biotechnology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, Professor Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, sir. Sir has completed postdoctoral degree in anatomy and cell biology from University of Kansas Medical Center, United States. With over 16 years of experience in teaching and research, Sir has held several academic positions before joining Amity in the year 2014 as director. His research focuses on proteomics, medical biotechnology, metabolomics, and thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. On the behalf of most respected Founder President Sir Shri Ashok K. Chauhan ji, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, respected Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Dr. Silla Murthy ji, who is here with us, and Dr. V.K. Modi. I very warmly welcome Shri Vinamra Mishra ji, Joint Secretary, MSME, and also Dr. Consta Conti, who is Policy Research Lead of MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Sweden. I also very warmly welcome all the other dignitaries, speakers of the various technical sessions, HOIs, HODs, faculty members, PhD scholars, and students. It is indeed a very important, day for us. The theme of this conference is highly relevant in today's context, where the global food system faces major challenges, as rightly stated by Dr. Modi also. Key challenges include malnutrition, climate change, depletion of natural resources, food insecurity, and rising lifestyle-related disease, which each one of us is very familiar with. Even a person who is not from a scientific background today knows about it very well. Rapid urbanization, changing dietary patterns, population growth, and supply chain disruption are further intensifying these issues. Such innovations must be supported by science, technology, and collaborative efforts, which is happening here today. Biotechnology, artificial intelligence, precision agriculture, sustainable process technologies, and advanced nutrition science will always play a crucial role in the future of food systems. Bioconvergence provides a powerful approach by integrating life sciences, engineering, data science, and environmental research. This integrated approach, I emphasize the word integrated approach, can help develop holistic and sustainable solutions for global food challenges. This interdisciplinary sciences, this is again a manifestation of that, is today the need of the hour. And we at Amity University very strongly promote interdisciplinary sciences, not only at the UG, PG level in the form of academics and teaching, but also at the level of research. Emerging solutions include climate-resilient crops, alternative proteins, intelligent packaging, and personal nutrition. Such comprehensive strategies are essential for strengthening global food resilience and protecting planetary health. I am very sure and confident that this conference, the two-day conference, will surely throw light on these very important issues so that we can put our heads together and come up with a solution which is sustainable. And these technical sessions, which are there for these 2 days, I'm sure they will be throwing lots of light on all these issues. Plus, all our faculty members, students, and PhD scholars will get an opportunity to interact with all the speakers so as to take our research and innovation forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable word with us. With great honor, I invite to the podium Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, and Director General, Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Serving for 40 years in Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, Government of India, Sir has been associated with health-related life science research technologies and developed and inducted in the armed forces for keeping the health and efficiency of soldiers, even in extreme operational environments, benefiting the armed forces personnel, and gave a lot of spin-off benefits to the society at large. His research and development contribution include development of life support technologies for soldiers, NBC defense technology, nanotechnology, application for defense application of yoga for armed forces, military psychology, and others. He was the leader of the first Indo-Soviet scientific expedition to the Arctic circles for polar physiology and research. He was chairman of PAC in DST in the field of health sciences for international cooperation with many countries for more than a decade. He was also the area coordinator for biomedical technology under ILTP program with Russia. He is steering the proposal for iconic flagship program for health at the Indian European Union GSO meeting at Delhi and also in Brussels. He has also a member of the Indian delegation to World Health Assembly under the chairmanship of Health Minister to speak about the complementary system of medicine, including yoga. He has represented the country at the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, at the Conference of State Parties, Executive Councils, Working Group, and Confidentiality Commission. TFEC has entrusted the responsibility of Technology Vision Health 2035 to Selvamuthi sir as chairman to formulate vision for vision for the nation of health and medical sciences. We are privileged to have his guidance and presence today in this inaugural session.
Good morning, friends. I'm extremely happy to be here in this very, very important AMIFOST-2026, which Amity Institute of Food Technology annually organizes this event very, very meticulously. And I'm so happy to be part of this today at the inaugural. Let me start by paying my salutation to the founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is also joined the program online, who will be observing in spite of all his hectic schedules of looking after the whole Amity universe, which he has created, which is 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, 250,000 students, 10,000 faculties, 5,000 PhD scholars. So this is a big universe which he has created. So he finds time to be part of such event which happens in science technology domain. Thank you, Founder President. And Founder President, he himself is a chemical engineer, PhD in chemical engineering from Germany, lived there for 28 years and became the largest non-European investor. But then what he did, he came back to India after 3 decades in Germany and Europe, and then he wanted to contribute to nation building on 4 verticals: education, research, innovation, philanthropy. So this is our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji. Let's give a big welcome to him and let's give a big clap, because he has brought a new paradigm in education in India. Because education otherwise was part of the government, both central as well as state. But then now he has changed the whole thing, as the private sector will play a very important role for inclusive education. So we are now in 12 states. We want to be in almost all states of India, which is his vision, which will happen. Similarly, we are in 18 countries now, which will become 50 countries in the next 10 years. So this is the vision of our founder president. Thank you, founder, for this. For him, food and agriculture is very close to his heart, because when he started the university, the first institute he started was on the agriculture, food related institutes. Dr. Sunil Saran, he brought from one of the very distinguished universities, and he was driving to establish all this, what you see today. In now, founder president has established a foundation, Amity Food and Agricultural Foundation. So this is the focus Amity Group is giving for this research, food, because which is a primordial requirement of every human being and anything which has life. Now, coming to Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, who is a young charismatic leader who was educated in University College of London and also London School of Economics for engineering and also management degrees. He is now driving the whole Amity Education Group and also the Amity Group of Industries. We have industries as well. So he is now driving, and his research and innovation is a passion for him. because any event which happens here, now he makes sure that he attends this and participate and guides. Thank you, Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, who looks after this campus also as Chancellor, and also the President of our foundation. Now, I'm so happy to welcome on behalf of Founder President and Chancellor, our chief guest today, Shri Vinamra Mishra, who is the Joint Secretary and of the very important ministry, the Ministry of Small, Medium Enterprises. You know how many members are this? Member industries, companies, corporations are there? It's more than a few crores. That is the strength of our $5 trillion economy to be reached soon. And every year, $1 trillion to be added to our GDP will happen through this MSME, because that is the largest number of industries. So he is driving this as the Joint Secretary, which is a very powerful executive position in the government. And he is basically from Indian Railways, mechanical engineer by the profession. But then the innovative things which he has done in MSME is amazing. If you look at his role, he is driving all the international connectivity to MSME, so that brings synergy in terms of technical input, technological input, and also the financial resource input. So he brings the World Bank, he brings ADB, he brings also UNIDO. All these are funding agencies which are pouring in money through his effort. So let's give a big clap to our Shri Vinamra Mishra. And also he has launched a few missions, which I thought you should know. He has launched a zero defect, zero effect, the quality. Whatever we manufacture, whatever we do in our industries, it has to be quality, zero defect. And that brings that powerful impact on the economy and the marketing as well. Then he has launched missions like IPR, intellectual property rights in MSME. So he has established a separate cell, technology transfer mechanisms, and also digital incubation centers he has established. Number of them. Let's give another clap for him for this great initiative. And also, he is now the lean manufacturing is another focus which he is giving. And he has also established the extension centers to reach out to the MSMEs and how to go and help them. So these are all great initiatives. Remember, we are all there with you. And we have a very powerful focus on entrepreneurship development in Amity Group. And we have our incubator, which has incubated more than 1,200 startups. And then this is the first and the best startup in India today is Amity Innovation Incubator, supported by DST, MSME, and several investors, and also the funding agencies, and they are investing. So I'm so happy that you are here. We want to do many, many things with you. Once again, welcome to Vinamra Mishra. We have another important guest with us as guest of honor, Dr. Constanza Conti. I want to tell, she's originally from Italy, but you'll be happy to know she is married to an Indian. Let's give a big clap. She is now Indian Bahu, Indian daughter-in-law, and she is now with the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, which is there. There are global centers as well. The main headquarters is in Chennai, and she is actually related to the main theme, which we are going to discuss, which is bioconvergence, next generation food system towards sustainable nutrition, and also global food resilience. Her PhD thesis was exactly on this similar topic, and she is looking at sustainability in food industry. And I had a good conversation with her and her vision to create zero discharge from industries. How do you make food industry, which is polluting also, 30% of the greenhouse gases come from the food industry, food processing industry. So it's a big carbon footprint come from the food industry. How do we minimize? How do we reduce? How do we ameliorate? How do we mitigate these issues related to food industries throwing out the discharge and carbon footprint? So that is her work. And welcome, Dr. Constanza Conti, that you are doing a great job. We are also fortunate to have, let's give a big clap to Dr. Conti. She is doing the policy research lead. That's her position in the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, which MS Swaminathan was the father of the first green revolution in our country, who transformed India from a begging bowl to a bread basket. Now, coming to Dr. Govindaraj, we are again fortunate to have an industry leader, Harvest Plus, and which is one of our major partner with AMIFOST, who has supported this activity, organizing this conference, sponsored this, and also he is going to establish a Harvest Plus Amity Center in Amity University. Let's give a big clap to Govindaraj. And this is a great initiative of academia industry interface, because we will directly interact with an industry, which, you know, Harvest Plus, whenever you open any of these, the bread, you know, you will see Harvest bread. So all that similar, many products of bakery items, they are very, very focusing on, and we are fortunate to have Govindaraj with us. And we are also fortunate to have our CCRUM, Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine. We have 5 experts who have come, and the DG will be coming tomorrow. That we'll have the Dr. Zahir Hussain Ahmed will also be here with us tomorrow. And we have a very close partnership with CCRUM. So we welcome all our guests and friends from CCRUM. Let's give a big clap to them. Good. Now with this, let me give a profound appreciation to Dr. V.K. Modi, who is, you know, he is a great leader in food technology. We brought him, founder president, Dr. Chauhan, identify talents and builds the institution around the individuals. So he brought this great scientist from CFTRI, Central Food Technology Research Institute, which is the apex, the food technology related institute in the country under CSIR. So he was a very, very, very senior scientist, associate director, and driving research and innovation in CFTRI. But we brought him here. Now he is leading this AMIFOST as well, and Amity Institute of Food Technology, with brilliant faculties who are sitting here. Some of them on the dais. We have Renu, and we have Monica, we have Neha. All these people are driving the Amity Institute of Food Technology under his leadership. Thank you, Dr. Modi. You are doing this great job in Amity Institute of Food Technology, and also bringing industry connect, transferring technology, translating the scientific leads into a deliverable. These are the things which are required for Viksit Bharat. Now, let's coming to the theme of this, what we are going to discuss today is a very important theme. And we also have delegates coming from USA, France, Portugal, Ireland, Canada, Denmark. So this conference is represented by 6 countries. The experts who will be joining, some of them online, some of them are present over here. And nutrition security is a challenge. What are the challenges to nutrition security, food security? The first thing is population increasing. So the food demand goes up. The people who can pay, afford to pay a higher quality of food is growing. And the not only number, so that strata is also growing. So there is a demand for food. Then the second challenge is the cultivable land is dwindling down in terms of the area, as well as productivity, as well as soil health. And above all, the climatic changes which is happening, climate change is looming large at us, particularly the food security. So these are the challenges in which we should see how do we, because we waste food. We waste food from cultivation till it goes to retail. 19% of food is lost, even though we have produced. Another 20%, 21% is lost when it goes from the industry to the plate and the consumer level. We lose another 20%. So this is the loss, which is now, how do we, the theme of the conference is, how do we minimize this? How do we conserve? How do we do a circular economy? How do we reuse this to produce many things? Maybe energy, maybe a food product to be extracted. So all these are going to be discussed today. That is why it's a very important thing. You are going to address these challenges, which is looming large. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has declared by 2047, the year 2047, India will become a developed India. Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat will be economical power, military power, knowledge power, and also spiritual power. So we need to make this country Viksit Bharat, in which food industry is going to play a very important role. Because then I looked at the global market for food. What is the global market? Just guess, $10 trillion is the global market for food and beverage. The global market is 10 trillion. Imagine, mind-boggling figure, of which Indian is almost close to 1 trillion. Ours is actually 900 billion US dollars is the Indian food industry market today, but it's growing at 8%. When the global growth rate is only 4%, India is growing double. 8% is the CAGR, annual growth rate, which is now happening. So that is the growth rate of food industry. So there is a great opportunity. So when we look at these opportunities available, how do we make it sustainable? Because this is one of the major polluting industry. 30% of greenhouse gases come from including carbon dioxide and all others. So how do we minimize this carbon footprint? Because India has declared we will become carbon neutral by 2070. So we are making all efforts from India to become carbon neutral. So that is why it is very important. 32% greenhouse gases come from this industry, which is about 16.5 gigatons of carbon dioxide, 16.5 gigatons we are producing every year. So that is why it is very important that how do we use the byproduct? How do we use even the waste which is coming out, generate wealth out of it? All this we have to think. Amity University is working in all these areas. I wanted to just give a glimpse and then conclude, because Amity has been made by founder president and the chancellors as research and innovation driven. So we have more than about 2,800 patents have been filed. And we have done about 500 research projects for both national and international projects. And we have published 55,000 research papers, which is the H index is 203. And then we have transferred 35 technologies to industry, including from food, even including Haldiram, and who are going to be here in this conference soon. And so we have produced also the food as a very important focus here. We contribute to food security in a sustainable way. For example, we are using Piriforma spora indica, which is the root endophyte, which gives protection against the abiotic stress and also the low water availability, salinity of the soil. So it gives protection. It is also plant growth promoter. So we are using such sustainable method to augment the productivity of agriculture, food. So to produce food in a sustainable manner, Piriforma spora. Then we also have gone into a consortium. We have developed a consortium of microbes, which is HNB9 is another microbe put with also the Piriforma spora and independently with a consortium. This is another effort. Then another one from fish processing industry, lot of wastewater comes after processing. The wastewater is thrown to the environment. What Amity has done, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, what she has done, that from this wastewater coming from fish processing industry, she has extracted proteins, amino acids. She has also extracted vitamins, beta carotene, vitamin A, and now we are converting that into a wealth. So we are not throwing this water as it is. So we are now also removing the wealth from that and then discharging to the environment. We want to minimize the discharge, and whether this water can be reused into irrigation. So fish waste we are using. Similarly, kitchen waste, lot of huge kitchen waste is produced. So we have got a biodigester and biorefinery developed in Amity Institute of Biotechnology, which is looking into generating biofuel. It could be a biogas, or it could be a methane, which is coming out of this. So what it does, you have four steps: hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis, methanogenesis. These are the 4 steps. So we have identified the consortium of microbes which can do this. So we have developed biorefinery for biofuel. Then we also have zero energy cooling chamber for post-harvest. We have also to minimize the energy consumption for storage of the vegetables, fruits, and all this. We have developed a zero energy cooling chamber. Another one is AMICOOL, a sensor which will look into differential temperature of ambient temperature and the desired temperature inside the storage chamber. So such things, innovation is happening. Then MCP1 as a reversible blocking agent to ethylene, which is necessary for ripening of the fruit. We have delayed the ripening in mangoes, papayas, and bananas. So these are research which is happening. And so the Amity is very vibrant in this. Now, finally, the concluding message will be that we all should work together. If we have to, whether it is from US, Canada, or it is Denmark, all those delegates who are coming, Ireland, Portugal, France, all these representatives are either online or offline who will be coming. So let us all sit together because it's all common humanity problem. So the climate change is humanity problem and sustainability is humanity requirement. So we should sit together, mission connect, mission synergy, mission outcome. These are the three missions Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder, has given to operationalize the whole Amity system. So let us use the three missions. We will connect with you. We will bring synergy in your endeavors, and also we'll bring a useful outcome for humanity, not only for Indians, for humanity. So with this message, I once again thank each and every one of you students. It is for you because you are the future, the present and future. So listen to every presentation, own it, mind, body, and soul involved into this, and then get into this very important food and nutrition security in a sustainable manner, which is the focal theme. My best wishes to all those who are connected with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful address. It is an honor that we have been joined with our visionary reader, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, through online. Ma'am has over 3 decades of rich experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. A luminary in academia and administration, Professor Dr. Shukla stands out as a brilliant scholar, prolific researcher, and visionary reader, renowned for her multifaceted insights, humility, and exceptional leadership skills. She has left an indelible mark on the educational landscape. With a solid foundation in engineering by her M.Tech from prestigious IIT Kharagpur and PhD from esteemed Queen's University, UK, Ma'am embodies the perfect blend of Indian ingenuity and global expertise. She has been one of the key team members spearheading the exponential growth of Amity Group's engagement in higher education. Under her astute leadership, Amity University Uttar Pradesh has been ranked among top 3% universities globally by the QS and the world-leading university ranking organization and has achieved various prestigious accreditations. Ma'am is strategist and institutional builder, an inspirational leader and quality networker. She is a social change maker and driven by innate passion, determination, perseverance, and enormous compassion. Her keen areas of interest lie in promoting entrepreneurship, CSR, quality assurance, industry academia collaboration. Ma'am is the recipient of numerous prestigious awards and honors such as Sushma Swaraj Sri Shakti Samman Award 2024, Excellence in Entrepreneurship Development Award 2021, Academic Leadership Award 2021, Women Emblem Award 2022, and the list goes on. I request our HOI Sir Professor Dr. V.K. Modi. Oh, sorry, ma'am has some urgent meeting to attend, so she will be joining after her meeting. I request our keynote speaker, Professor Costa Conti, Senior Leader, Researcher, Policy and Government Affairs, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, and Center Associate, Stockholm Resilience Center, Sweden, to the podium. Having PhD in food system, researcher, and with over 8 years of experience working across global and regional programs to understand how interventions can enable inclusive and sustainable food system change. She has led evidence synthesis, analyzed transformation pathways, and designed E&E framework across diverse country contexts with a particular focus on smallholders in low and middle income countries. Currently, present as policy research lead at Swaminathan Research Foundation, she supports research and learning across 60 programs. She has previously contributed to EAT Lancet Commission 2.0, CSR, IRO Food System work, FAO Knowledge Platform, and CGI AR Initiative. Ma'am, we request you to kindly come to the podium and share your valuable thoughts with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me today. And thanks to all the honorable present here for the invitation and for, of course, also undertaking this important initiative. And a topic that is very close to my heart and also that is very much related to the conference theme is whether, India has an amazing amount of technologies and its technological development has increased tenfold and is uncomparable to most of the countries across the world. However, the question that we ask today is good technology enough for a sustainable food system of the future? And what else do we need? How do we scale these technologies to deliver the benefits that we want? So currently, as we well know, and as my speakers before me have already mentioned, food technologies are incredibly important and also have increasing pressures to deliver sustainable production, healthy foods, decent livelihoods for all, and resilience to climate change. So the question is not really what else can we invent, but rather how can we put this good tech into use? And so we have so many projects, interventions, initiatives that try to actually implement good technologies at scale. And yet so often they remain at the niche scale or like at the pilot scale and do not really get taken up by the system. And the challenge here that I would like to highlight today is that once a new technology enters the system, it does not enter a vacuum. It enters a space that has already routines, suppliers, buyers, habits, and rules. So, for example, the most well-known example is the one of pesticides. So we all know that we have to reduce pesticide and chemical use in agriculture, and yet so many other methods, for example, organic agriculture, non-pesticide management, or even technologies for reducing pesticide use are not really delivering benefits and employed at scale. So around 5 years ago, the Australian government hired me to conduct a global investigation on why are sustainable food systems so difficult to implement? And from this investigation, which spanned all countries globally, 6 reasons emerged that are currently hampering good tech from entering food system and being scaled. So first of all is, that all technologies come with a whole support system. Second, we have everyday environments that support further technology adoption of the same technologies that are already employed. So I think we can see this with our iPhones and the Apple system, right? That we don't really, once we adopt it, it's very difficult to shift to a different system because of risks, because of new learning. And the same is actually in agriculture with farm-level technologies. Then we have infrastructure. So infrastructure determines which products reach the market. We have research. So research, and I think Amit is leading cross-cutting research that goes beyond the established line, but much research is still very much oriented on the same older paradigms of development. And then we have policies that are often slow to change and slow to adapt to these new sustainable food system needs. And finally, powerful actors that shape this system. So at the farm level, well, we all know farmers are often risk adverse, or they cannot afford to take risks in implementing good technologies. And established technologies come with a network of advice, credit, supply, demand that ensures them that they have their income secured. So, well, we do need like how to change that. And this first part of the presentation is more about the problems, so that then we can move on and talk about the solution. So I'm just highlighting a sort of landscape of issues to then propose how we can act based on that. Then, well, we all know that for however good production, however sustainable food production can be, food production has to respond to food consumption. So as long as we keep consuming the same unhealthy or ultra-processed foods, while food production patterns also have to align with that. And this alignment is often not sustainable. So I was part of the Eat Lancet Commission 2.0, which came out earlier in 2025. And a major problem is the use of animal products. Huge use of meat and overconsumption of meat. But what drives that industry? Well, it's driven by consumer demand. And same is for soft drinks and unhealthy food products. Then some policies still reward old models. And I think India is some of the most sustainability aligned policies so far. But in many countries, policies still lag behind in terms of prioritizing and also rewarding sustainability. And this can be done through subsidies, for example, for sustainable practices, but it can also be done through taxes, for example, with unhealthy foods. So this is to say that whenever a technology enters the market, it does not enter sort of even playing field. It enters a field that already privileges some foods or some products over others. And once again, infrastructure, which is something that is very less talked about in food system, actually, and something that is widely neglected and refers to basically how a food product or a food technologies reaches us, whether and if it does. And so I was part of a study in France a few years ago, and the government wanted the people to consume more legumes. But what they found is that their whole storage, processing, and transport systems were made for wheat. So they couldn't deliver legumes to consumers. So they had to rethink their whole infrastructure system to do that. And then, well, research, unfortunately, and being a researcher, I find myself part of the problem, is that often research has to follow certain established lines or has to follow funding. So that is why at the bottom of the screen on your left, you see a figure on crop that shows crop diversity decreasing. So much investment has gone into major crops, and a lot of crop diversity has been lost because funding was given to increase productivity, but of smaller number of crops. And then, of course, powerful actors shape what gets scaled, in the sense that if we think, for example, about what we find on supermarket shelves, right? That is decided by retailers. It's decided by big companies. Why do we have soft drinks available everywhere? That also shapes both production and consumption. And so, well, history matters in the sense that we have gotten here because of the Green Revolution. That was a huge and very admirable effort to grant food security, but it also established patterns of intensive chemical use that now need to be reversed. So is the issue with technologies, or is the issue with the broader system? And maybe there is not really weak technology, or there is also no thing like good technology. The good technology is the one that gets implemented in the system and that is scaled in the system to deliver sustainability, health and good nutrition for all. So the next question, which I'll address with my next presentation, is not only is technology good, but is the system ready to support and scale it? And yeah, just a second. I need to put up. Maybe I can. I need to put that up. It's working, right? Yeah. Sorry, small glitch. But yeah, so this first presentation, which was about problems, and it was maybe a little bit depressing for some of you because it seems unsurmountable, right? We have so many challenges: policy, infrastructure, regulations, consumer demands, farm level risks. So how can we get out of that, and how can we make sure that well, the food system makes use of good technology? And this is where a food system approach becomes very important. And this diagram, I chose it because it's maybe a little bit scary in terms of showing how many interconnections the food system has with, well, with everything that we interact with. And the food system per se is defined as the web of actors, processes, and interactions involved in growing, processing, distributing, consuming, and disposing of foods. So it's really from farm to fork, and beyond that to go to waste, but also to go to policies and regulations that support certain production and consumption patterns. So, simple example, we see the effects of conflicts on food prices. So this really tells us that food systems are not isolated, but they are connected with everything we do. And one small change in one part of the food system can have humongous repercussions on another part of the food system. And so when we think about food technologies, a good question can be, what needs to move in this big system so that the technology can be adopted and scaled? And so, yeah, again, I chose the figure in the previous slide because it's a little bit scary. And I think food system complexity is particularly scary, even for people who have been working on it for years and years, because you truly never know what happens. Will a pandemic come up? Will a climate shock come up? Will a conflict start unexpectedly? We never really know how the system is itself operating. So it's very important that we engage with and are prepared for this complexity, at least to a certain extent. And in particular, technologies can serve us to deliver very good outcomes, but can also create trade-offs and adverse effects. And here I'm going to tell you a small story about quinoa. So quinoa is I think everyone knows quinoa. It's like the millets of the South America in a sense. So quinoa was a small grain in the Andes that many international organizations got interested in because it's very nutritious, it has a lot of micronutrients, and also it's produced by smallholders that need to increase their incomes to improve their livelihood, right? So quinoa seemed the best investment that these big organizations could make. And they decided that, oh, let's increase farmers' incomes by connecting them to export markets. So they'll get a premium price for their product, and at the same time, and consumers at the same time will get a crop that is very nutritious and very good for their health. So seems quite straightforward, right? Well, in the next few years from the intervention, the first problem was that consumers' demand exploded. And this created a huge pressure on these smallholders to produce much bigger volumes of quinoa. So, and they couldn't because they were small scale. So what happened? Big US companies entered the markets and crashed prices because they could produce at volume and offer quinoa for half the price of the one produced by a smallholders. Second thing, this pressure led these smallholder farmers to actually sell their land to bigger farmers who mechanized production. So in a few years, soil health declined and use of chemical inputs and pesticides grew into use. Third thing, quinoa became more expensive, right? Because everyone wanted it. So the smallholders for which it was a staple crop could no longer afford it and switched to ultra-processed and unhealthy foods that they could afford. So we really see this is an example that tells us about the complexity of the system and how many unexpected things can happen even when we have the best intention. So this is why it's important to think about different entry points and about enacting in synergies to actually deliver sustainability. And this means that at the farm level, we have to consider many dynamics that influence production. So risk aversion, labor costs, new skills needed for new production methods, but also consumers' demands and consumer interest, because that is ultimately what will drive the price of the products to be good for the farmer producing it, right? So for granting these things, we also need to act in the broader system. So this means giving good technologies that are relevant for the context in which they are applied, giving extension and seed systems that can deliver nutritious and healthy crops, giving infrastructure so that the farmer can sustainably in the sense of economic sustainability, transport it from the farm to the market. And then, of course, as researchers, research priorities also need to prioritize crops that deliver sustainable, healthy, and decent livelihoods for all. And then, yeah, so production depends from a whole range of other factors that need to be tackled together. And same when we talk about consumption. So we have so many promising products, right? Biofortified products, much healthier products, products that have less sugar, products that have more proteins. And still, when we go out in the real world, what gets sold at a cheap price and is very much available, especially in India, is ultra-processed, cheap, easily available snacks. So how can we make this good food tech enter the market? How can we make it part of everyday practices so that everyone can have a better nutrition? And here, again, we cannot tackle a single intervention or a single component, and technologies are, in this sense, not really enough. We instead need public procurement systems that deliver healthy food to consumers. And for instance, school meals are a huge and very important initiative that the government of India is doing to deliver healthy foods to kids. We need retail and retail placement and availability rules. So very simply, if you enter a supermarket, you will see that near the cashier, there are these like unhealthy snacks like chocolates or these like sugary candies, right? That are also available for children because they are a child's vision and so eyesight and hand sight, right? So the children can just grab it. So how can we change that? How can we instead push consumers to make healthier choices? Can we instead put vegetables or fruits in a way that is more appealing to consumers, or even products that are more nutritious? So another way the government can do this is through price signals. So taxes have been found as one of the most crucial way to reduce ultra-processed and unhealthy food consumption. And then again, consumers' awareness is important, but also needs to be underpinned by this broader environment that delivers to us healthy foods at a cheap and convenient price. So there are so many things, right, that need to be done, and sometimes it's simpler to think in terms of a single technologies and of a single intervention rather than to think about all these entry points. However, if we want to scale sustainable food system, we do have to think about the whole of the system. And here I want to give a small, very short story. I'm about to pass the word to the next speaker, but about how MSSRF, so my organization, conducted a millet sort of promotion intervention in Odisha. And this intervention, it's not even a project, it's a 20-year effort in making millets visible, available, and easier to produce. So millets at the beginning of the 2000s, even if they were a staple food for Indians for centuries before that, they had been sort of taken over by rice and wheat, which were cheap and more available. And 20 years ago, first production was risky because there was not really market for millets. They were super hard to process. Even though they were more resilient to droughts, they were less productive as compared to wheat and rice, so lower yields. There was not really a market for millets, which were considered as a poor people's food. And then policy support was not really there because rice and wheat were prioritized. So this was the landscape, right? And it was a very, very difficult landscape to operate in. And it took 20 years for the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation to actually change that. And how did it do? So exactly, if you remember this diagram, it's the same that I showed you with 6 factors for which good technology stall in food system at the beginning of the lecture. But this is also a diagram that shows what do we need to tackle, right? And so first of all, MSSRF started making the technology more visible and more appealing to farmers. So they set up in a participatory way system of millet intensification that could yield larger volumes of production and at the same time make the farmers more resilient to climate change. Again, for this effort, they really engaged farmers through participatory work to ensure that the technology, so millets, responded to local conditions in a way that was desirable and appropriate. Then, infrastructure problems. There is no infrastructure to process and to actually transport and store millets. So they set up FPOs, self-help groups, community processing units, not only to process millets, which required new technologies because the machines were just for processing wheat and rice. And not only these new technologies were needed, but they also needed a way to increase farmers' profit. And how did they do that? By cooperatives, so by FPOs, basically, which cut the middlemen out and yielded higher yields, higher returns to farmers. Then they developed consumer demand by educating consumers in schools, in communities about the nutritious benefits of millets. And finally, and this was a very, very important step, they involved policymakers. They said, look, and MS Swaminathan was in this sense really a leader of a sustainable and nutritious cropping system, because he said, oh, millets are a nutritious and healthy crops. We need to prioritize it. So that is why Odisha set up a dedicated millet mission that sort of subsidizes and ensures good prices for millets. So as we see, many, many things were needed and many changes were needed that took a lot of time. And yet today they deliver us a much more sustainable food system. So that is why, again, a system approach is important to help us see where technology needs support from incentives, demand, infrastructure, and policy, so that all of these elements can be orchestrated together towards sustainable and healthy food systems. That is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an astute and overwhelming presentation. Now, I invite our chief guest, Sri Vinamra Mishra, sir, who is a distinguished expert, significantly contributed to the field of mechanical engineering, currently working as Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise, MSME, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir has anchored several externally aided programs in collaboration with multilateral organizations such as World Bank, Asian Development Bank, KFW, UNIDO, and GIZ. These initiatives focus on enhancing the competitiveness of MSME and strengthening the institutional architecture of the ministry. Sir has also served as a nodal officer for several flagship technology upgradation programs of the ministry, including Zero Defect, Zero Effect, Z schemes, Digital MSME, Incubation Scheme, IPR Scheme, Design MSME, and Lean Manufacturing Program. In addition, Sir has overseen initiatives related to establishing technology centers and extension centers aimed at supporting MSME through advanced production technologies and skill development. An alumnus of 60th National Defense College course 2019 to 20, Sir has significant experience in technical management and operational logistics related to train movements as well as the maintenance of diesel locomotives, coaches and wagons in Indian Railway. With strong leadership and team management capabilities, Sir has successfully led large teams in challenging environments, including estimates affected and economically backward regions of Bihar and Jharkhand. With expertise spanning operations, project management, macro engineering, sustainable assessment, assessed management, and human resource optimization, this has contributed significantly to improving maintenance practices and design aspects of rolling stocks across the Indian Railway. Thank you, sir, for joining us in an inaugural session.
Good afternoon to you all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Selvamurthy, Dr. Tandon, Dr. Modi, Dr. Conte from the Policy Research, lead from the MS Swaminathan Research Institute, Dr. Thakur, and Dr. Kedkar, faculty members, students, innovators, research scholars, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for having me here with such a power-packed panel. And I was going through the program of the 2 days program of the conference. The discussions and the topics which has been chosen is absolutely bang on, very contemporary, very relevant. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of takeaways by the end of this conference, and so many everyone would be having some or the other takeaway for your own self. I have been, I've studied at various districts in Uttar Pradesh. Coming to UP, although it's just crossing the border, I almost imagine myself sitting there and listening to the chief guests who at the end of the entire plenary function are speaking a lot of mundane things here and there, and we're talking about food systems. I am perhaps the second last speaker before actual food is going to be had. So I'd rather keep it succinct and maybe, as I said always, some takeaways for all of you by the end of my speech, maybe. So I would like to make whatever I want to say in a manner that actually appeals to you, and maybe you can all have some takeaways or the other by the time I end. First of all, this is a very relevant topic. The Ministry of MSME. Let me first come to the MSME part. Dr. Selvamurthy was very correct when he pointed out that many crores of MSMEs are now onboarded. So when we say that, we mean that close to about 7.8 crores have already registered. We are contributing 32% to the Indian economy. So when we say that we are looking at 5 trillion economy, we are looking at the top 3 positions on the global GDP. We are going to be with the help of these MSMEs and not despite them. So let me put it this way, any developed country is not a developed country without a developed MSME ecosystem. So that economy contribution is one. Then as we have been an agrarian economy, as we are kind of transiting from the primarily agrarian economy to secondary and tertiary systems and economies, we are slowly, the agriculture based occupations are also transforming into enterprises and smaller enterprises and micro enterprises. So the employment generation is also pretty much increasing basis these MSMEs, and we are close to about 35 crores already, and we are the second highest employment generator in the country. As far as the exports are concerned, we are contributing 48% to the government, to the total national exports. As far as the empowerment is concerned, we are really looking for geographical empowerment of the remote locations, the community and the gender empowerments also. So these four E's are the basic premise on which the entire pillar of the MSME ecosystem is built on. And I would add another fifth E, which is the environment, where I'm currently working on. I have already worked on projects which were related to technological upgradation. Now I'm working on sustainability and greening of how these startups and the enterprises can actually look up into greening their systems, into making their systems more sustainable. And obviously mixing that, having that mix of innovation into the entire system is what we are now concentrating on. And with very enabling kind of a report from the Niti Aayog, we are really on it as far as this is concerned. Coming to the topic, I would consider any innovation that you're thinking. Somehow I feel that any innovation which is happening in the country today, or for that matter, any innovator in this country who's thinking of an idea, he is somehow in the best time of his life. We were not having that innovative or innovation-enabled environment maybe a few years back. But now, right from development of an idea to development of a design prototype to the proof of concept to the protection of IPR, is something that the government is really doing very, very well on. And it is not for nothing. We've risen from about late 80s on the global innovation index to the early 30s in about 6-7 years. We have now already crossed more than 1 lakh IP applications in a year, and we are growing yearly by more than 18% as far as the IP filings are concerned, clearly indicating that there has been something positive which has been done in the innovation and IP ecosystem. And therefore, and then what your takeaway can be, in the Ministry of MSME, we do support ideas which are of merit. We give 15 lakhs of rupees to the ideas who we think are of merit and value. And we've been supporting more than 1,500 ideas as of now. We are looking for more. Please come up. Any idea, it might not be a rocketry idea or a very, very complex kind of an idea. Any financial model, any model into supporting any next gen food systems for that matter, any bioconvergence, anything which is related to this topic, and maybe adding a layer of IoT or AI into it's all welcome. So that's one thing which we are doing. And after that, if you want to develop a design on it, if you want to create a design, if you want a help on the design aspect or any proof of concept, we have a design scheme which supports any good design interventions with a cost of 40 lakhs of rupees. We have already partnered in this case with ISC Bangalore, about 22 different IITs and NITs, considering that this is rather technical in nature, where the technological support of these IITs and NITs and ISCs would be of some use. We are going to proliferate it to the other institutions also. But this is something that you can have. Maybe something which comes out of this this conference also can also be taken up for any design support from our ministry. And after having done that, or otherwise also, if you have any IP, I mean, emphasizing the importance of IP in today's world is, I mean, especially with all of you learned people here, if IP is not protected, it will be definitely pilfered, pirated, or maybe imitated maybe by your neighbor only. So IP has to be protected, and the next step is commercialization. After the IP is protected, obviously, though that technology, that specific piece of IP can be of use to the millions of MSMEs in the system. So MSMEs need those technologies, and the technology and the innovators actually need to protect those technology, and after that commercialize that technology. So we have a system of 70% reimbursement of the technology cost to the MSME. And so if say technology is costing 10 lakh of rupees to an MSME, the MSME pays 3 lakhs, 7 lakhs would be given by the government, and the owner of the technology is able to commercialize this technology, get the entire 10 lakh. It's a win-win situation. And so any technology which you have an IP of, if you want the technology seeker to get hold of it, we have just developed a system of MSME technology transfer portal. You can already, this has been only launched about 10 days ago. You can type mttp.msme.gov.in. You'll be on that portal. Just search a few technologies. We've already collaborated with CSIR labs and a few institutions, still in its nascent stage, but we think this is a great matchmaking platform for technology seekers and technology providers, which is going to really help commercialization of the technology. So these are the few things that we are doing. Also, we were hearing about the circular economy. We were hearing about how the entire bioconvergence systems are intrinsically circular in nature. So using the waste to wealth kind of a scenario, and any machines that you innovators would like to purchase, the government of India, Ministry of MSME has a separate scheme which goes by the name of SPICE, which is supporting and promoting investment into circular economy. And it gives you 25% as a capital subsidy. So if the cost of a technology is 10 lakhs, the government is going to give you 2.5 lakhs, and only 7.5 lakh is what you'll be required to pay for that technology. So this is again something which an ecosystem of circularity is also tried to be built by us. And so this is what you can really take advantage of. Coming specific to this topic, I think this is very, very relevant. India can really take a lead, especially because of the fact that we have a very strong agriculture base. We have a very rich biodiversity, and basis the strong IT and innovation systems and the AI systems, which we are already taking a lot of lead in. We can actually converge all of these into building those food systems and next generation bioconvergence systems to really lead the world into this. I would also like to kind of, add a bit of, we were always fighting for sufficiency in food, but now it is looking at our next generation, it is rather nutrition adequacy rather than food sufficiency. So we have to really have an eye on nutrition also, and nutrition adequacy is something that now we really need to focus on. Obviously, Dr. Conti's presentation was very, very contemporary and very thought-provoking, because she, in her first presentation, almost indicated to the powers who have a very important role in creating that enabling and facilitative environment. As I said, we have a good sustainability policy in place. We have a good AI policy in place. India AI mission is really doing well with we have a great national manufacturing mission coming up. And obviously, there is a good connect of the government and the academia to make sure that whatever technology is produced in the labs, the downstream, the marketing of that technology through the ministries and through the various other wings of the government is actually catered to the last mile. And so the downstream is also kind of taken care of. It had been rather a case of having a very strong upstream with a lot of technologies in place, but not finding feet on the ground because of the various factors Dr. Conti indicated. But now, with a lot of just for an example, the gross expenditure on R&D has about tripled in last 7-8 years. And the R&D expenditure is largely not on the government's half. It is basically the private sector and the industries who are doing R&D. So again, clearly indicating that that circle is now, that loop is now complete to have that any strong, very robust or an old system with dominant players, there's always a difficulty in creating that nudge. But then with these small little baby step and those delta action points, we are looking to create that nudge, which where on one side, as she said, creation of the systems in place. So on one side, we are trying to create that demand. On the other side, we are trying to create and aggregate the supplies. And then after the demand and is aggregated and the supply is taken care of, new systems are getting in place. So a very, very useful time to be in for all you innovators, all you research scholars. And it was very, very, this is a rather new domain for me, but it was very interesting listening to the experts today. And as I said in the beginning, the 2 days of this conference and the schedule that I can see, it is going to really help take a very sustained and a substantial step towards realizing the next generation food systems. So all the very best, and thank you for having me here. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Modi, I'm Chancellor speaking. If you can hear me, I've just quickly come online. Can someone signal if you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, great. No, thank you so
Honor
much.
to have you with
Yes,
us.
no, absolutely. I've just dropped in for just a few minutes because to congratulate Dr. Modi for this amazing conference that you have been organizing for so many years. As a foundation, we are so proud and privileged to have you with us for so many years leading this amazing institute. And there are very few private universities in our country which have such a substantial institute in the area of food technology and who are doing so much work in the field of food safety, agriculture. And this really has been the dream, the vision of our honorable founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, because when he established the Amity system, the Amity Foundation, the Amity universities, his deep passion was that we all should do things which impact our country, impact society, and make a difference to our country. And for us as a country, food safety is such an important area, sustainability. And Dr. Modi, you have been and are one of the leading scientists and administrators in this field. And to all the young students, I can see some young students in the audience. You are extremely lucky, fortunate to have a leader at the helm of the institute who is teaching you. I also congratulate Dr. Monica Thakur and Dr. Renu Khedkar, who have been responsible for this conference, and all the faculty members who are there. Dr. Modi, I know that there's a large team which goes behind organizing such a conference, and I'm delighted to see the large number of very senior speakers who are coming from around the world. I can see so many countries where you have got the speakers from, great speakers from around the country also. And today, I'm sure it was a delight for everyone in the audience to listen to Dr. Constanza Conti. A very detailed keynote address you gave, Dr. Conti. I congratulate you for that. We see you now as part of the Amity family, and let's do great things together with the research that you are doing and with the research that is being done at the Amity family within the Amity University. I can see Dr. Selvamurthy here, a great scientific leader for Amity, 40 years in DRDO, one of the great scientific leaders. now responsible for science, technology, and innovation within the Amity system. So proud that you're here. And I just heard, Mr. Mishra, the last part of your discourse that you were giving. And what you said is exactly what we breathe and what is in the DNA of Amity, that innovation. You spoke at length about innovation, about intellectual property, and this is the mission that our founder has put all of us on. Because if our country is going to be one of the greatest nations of this world, and that is the dream why Dr. Chauhan established Amity so many decades ago, to nurture brilliant youth who will transform this world. And for our country to reach that level, we have heard our Prime Minister Modi ji say so many times, we have to become a product nation. We have to keep increasing in the innovation index, because it is only countries that innovate that lead the world. And our mission at Amity is to give young people a platform where they can innovate. We have one of the best intellectual property offices of any university in the country. We have an amazing technology transfer team. And that is why at Amity, you will find hundreds and hundreds of students who have filed patents, who have got patents granted, who have startups in their names. We have one of the leading incubators in the country. So, Dr. Mishra, that what you said to the youth was so important. And I urge every young person in this auditorium or who will listen to this online, listen to what Mr. Mishra has told, whichever field you are in. But if you are in the field of food technology, agriculture, even more important, because that is the bedrock of our country, the most important industry. At Amity, we are there to help you. There may be many students from other universities also here. Always remember that at Amity, we are there to guide you. You can always contact Dr. Modi, Dr. Sarmoti. I'm seeing Dr. Tandon is also there, additional pro vice chancellor. Everyone at Amity, the single point passion that we have is how to ensure that the youth of our country becomes one of the best youth anywhere in the world, because that will fulfill the mission of all of us to see India as a resilient, as a self-sufficient nation. With that, Dr. Modi, I congratulate you, your team. We are so proud on what you have achieved, what you are achieving, and to to the speakers who have come, our gratitude for being there with us, and to all the youth in the auditorium. We all have great faith in you that you will make a difference to this world in the future. So my congratulations to you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Chancellor.
Thank you, sir.
And let's give a big clap to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, who has just joined in spite of his busy schedule. But he has been listening to this right from the beginning, as his remarks indicated. And we are so grateful to you. You know, he is here looking at how do we bring a change? How do we bring a innovation, happy world through you, the students, innovators. So we will all work with you. And Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, thank you for joining us at this occasion. And we will take forward all that what you said. We will connect with the great leaders from industry, the academia, researchers, and also the policymakers. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Let's give a big clap once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Your constant guidance and encouragement. We have a great source of motivation, sir. We're truly grateful for your presence today. Sir, whatever you have suggested, definitely we'll keep it up and we'll bring our institute or Amity University to the forefront in the world. Thank you.
Great, Dr. Modi. And next week, please, I will invite you and all your faculty members and let us sit together and brainstorm what we can do even more in this area, yes? So my office will coordinate with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Definitely we'll do it.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for joining us and be here in the inaugural session. Now I request our dignitaries to kindly release the souvenir of 9th International Conference on Bioconvergence and Next-Gen Food Systems towards Sustainable Nutrition and Global Food Resilience. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request our additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Tandon, and President Dr. Selvamurthy, Sir, and HOI, Sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Costanza Conti, Policy Research Lead, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, with a memento. Thank you, sir. I request our dignitaries to kindly felicitate Shri Vinamra Mishra, Sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise, MSME, with a memento. As we move forward to the end of this inaugural session, I request Dr. Renu Deepak Khedkar, Organizing Secretary, AMIFOST 2026, and Professor at Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity University, to kindly deliver her vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Shri Vinamra Mishra ji, the keynote speaker, Dr. Costanza Conti, respected Dr. W. Silvamurthy sir, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chandradeep Tandon sir, Head of the Institute, Professor Dr. V.K. Modi sir, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and my dear participants. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of the inaugural session of 9th AMIFOST International Conference. First and foremost, I express our sincere gratitude to our honorable chief guest for gracing this occasion and for delivering an inspiring inaugural address. Your words have set the tone for this conference and highlighted the importance of integrating science, innovation, and sustainability in shaping the future of global food systems. I would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Costanza Conti, for her valuable perspective and insights. Your contributions have greatly enriched this inaugural session, ma'am. We are highly thankful to our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. A.K. Chauhan, and Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, for their visionary leadership and motivation. We are thankful to you, sir, Chancellor sir, for your motivational words. It has really inspired us. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, Dr. W. Silamurthy sir, Dr. Tandon sir, for their presence and encouragement which have added great value to this event. I would also like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors and partners for their encouragement and cooperation in organizing this conference. A special word of thanks goes to the organizing committee, faculty members, staff, and student volunteers whose dedication and hard work made this inaugural session possible. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to all participants, researchers, and delegates who have joined us today. Your presence and active participation will surely make this conference fruitful and impactful. With these words, I once again thank everyone who has contributed directly or indirectly to the successful inauguration of this conference. Thank you all, and I wish everyone a productive and enriching conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As we come to the end of this inaugural session, I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone. Now we'll proceed towards networking lunch, and then we'll resume the technical session 1 on theme 1 and 2 here in the same auditorium. For oral presentations, I request participants to kindly move towards I1 block 4th floor in room number 402 and 403. I request again for the oral presentations, kindly move towards I1 block 4th floor, Amity Institute of Food Technology, Amity Unit.
Good afternoon, sir. Before I introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Shri Rajat Punani, sir, I would like to share that due to an urgent parliamentary session scheduled this morning for the officials of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, FSSI, our esteemed guest was unable to join us during the inaugural session earlier today. However, despite his extremely demanding schedule, he graciously honored the promise made to the convener and organizing secretary of AMIFOST 2026 and has kindly joined us now. Sir, we sincerely thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. We are truly grateful for your presence. It is now my great privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Shri Rajit Panhani, Chief Executive Officer. May I kindly invite Dr. Shri Rajit Punani, sir, and Dr. Professor V.K. Modi, sir, to please come on the stage. I also invite Dr. J.K. Ranjan, sir, session chair of the technical session, and Dr. M. Govindraj, sir, with Dr. Renu Upadhyay, ma'am, to please come on the stage. This side. It is now my great privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Shri Rajat Punani Sir, Chief Executive Officer of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, FSSAI, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir is seasoned bureaucrat with more than 3 decades of distinguished experience in governance, public policy, and institutional management. Over the years, he has held several important positions at the district, state, and central level of administration. At the district level, Sir served as Deputy Development Commissioner in Devgarh, a tribal dominated region now in Jharkhand. He also served as District Magistrate of Jamui and Buxar in Bihar, where he supervised major government schemes and worked closely with grassroots communities and field staff to ensure effective implementation of development programs. At the state level, he held key leadership positions, including Commissioner of Commercial Taxes and Secretary in the departments such as Finance, Expenditures, Cooperatives, and Social Welfare. During his tenure in Bihar, he supervised the Integrated Child Development Services ICDS program, focusing on important issues such as maternal health and child nutrition. He also introduced randomized control trials, RCT, to evaluate the effectiveness of government interventions, which later contributed to evidence-based policy frameworks. At the central level, Sir has made significant contributions in the security and governance sectors, serving as a Joint Secretary Kashmir and later a Special Secretary and Financial Advisor in the Ministry of Home Affairs. His distinguished career also include roles such as Director General of Labor Welfare, Chief Vigilance Officer in NTPC and Power Grid, Secretary of Rajya Sabha, and Secretary in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He also served as CEO of Sansad TV and gained valuable international experience at the Indian Mission to the European Union in Brussels, covering Belgium and Luxembourg. Currently, Sir serves as the CEO of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, the national authority responsible for regulating and ensuring food safety and standard across the India. Sir, we are truly honored by your presence today. May I kindly invite Dr. Professor V.K. Modi and Dr. J.K. Ranjan, sir, to please come on stage and honor our respected Shri Rajat Punani, sir, with the bouquet of flowers. May I humbly request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering. Please join me in the welcoming Shri Rajat Punani, sir, with a warm round of applause.
Thank you for the kind words. And I could not join. I wanted to join the inauguration session, but there was a question in Parliament, and a very relevant question, especially for the younger generation, which tends to order a lot on the e-commerce platforms. So we were asked whether when on the e-commerce platforms, do they mention the calories in the food that they sell? So as of now, for the central licensees, as you may be aware, Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, we have a central licensing, and 98% of our licenses are with the state government. So the central licensing, we have made it mandatory that they mention the calories. But for the others, for the state licensee, it's not mandatory. So how does one make out how much calories you are eating when you are ordering online? So I just met Professor Bagla from Triple IT,
who they are developing an app in which from which one can make out what are the calories. So it's nice to be here. Good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, scientists, academicians, and dear students and participants. Today, food systems across the world are undergoing rapid transformation. Sustainability, evolving dietary patterns, climate change, resource constraints, as you can see now a problem has now arisen with the resource constraint of gas, unprecedented pressure on how we produce, process, and consume food. In this context, innovation in food science and technology becomes extremely important. Convergence, where biotechnology, engineering, data analytics, nutrition intersect, is opening new possibilities for improving food production, enhancing nutritional quality, and building resilient food systems. Technological innovations such as biofortification, healthier reformulation of foods, nanotechnology, improved food processing, and better storage and packaging solutions have immense potential to improve both nutrition and food security. While innovation drives the sector forward, food safety must remain the foundation of every food system. In India, ensuring safe and wholesome food for all its citizens is a shared responsibility between FSSAI and the state governments. FSSAI has notified more than 1,000 food product standards and continues to review and update them through its scientific panels and scientific committees. We take great pride in having science-based standards where we rely on data and randomized control techniques to determine these standards. We also have digital innovation. I don't know how many of you have visited our FOSCOS platform, where we have streamlined the licensing and compliance processes. And also there's a similar initiative across the globe called InfoNet, which digitally connects food testing laboratories for monitoring imported food assignments. And these are strengthening the food safety monitoring ecosystem through a more transparent and data-driven regulatory framework. FSSAI has also introduced initiatives such as food safety on wheels, mobile food testing laboratories that enable on-the-spot testing of food samples and help strengthen the surveillance even in remote rural areas. Capacity building has also been another focus area. I was told by your professor that you also have FOSTAC courses in your school, in your college. So we are also trying to make this and strengthen this FOSTAC program, where we would like to give those BTech students a gold standard FOSTAC certificate, where they have to go through a little tougher course, a short course, and will need to mentor a few street vendors, so that our street vending system or vendor system also becomes as good as even our not so distant neighbors like Thailand and Vietnam. At the same time, FSSAI has been working to build a culture of safe and healthy eating through the Eat Right India movement. So we have an Eat Right thali for each state. So we always encourage people to have the thali and eat at home as far as possible and have healthy and nutritious food. We also have programs such as Eat Right Campus, like in colleges, we have Eat Right schools and clean street food hubs. They're helping create a healthier food environment across the country. At the same time, addressing other challenges such as obesity and non-communicable diseases is also a priority. We have been trying to create awareness about these issues and promoting initiatives like Kam Tel, Kam Sugar, and Kam Salt, and promotion of millet-based and diverse diets as our broader Right India vision through various platforms. Going forward, the future of food systems must balance three critical pillars. Safety is most important, nutrition, and sustainability. Nowadays, in India and overseas, the question of sustainability has also started taking its roots. So it also now is important is where you get your food from. Is it organic? Are they using artificial pesticides or any kinds of additives? So these are also becoming issues that are concerning consumers. Institutions like Amity University play a crucial role in this journey. Universities and research institutions are the engines of innovation and knowledge, nurturing the next generation of food scientists and technologists like you. Research in areas such as sustainable food processing, reduction of food loss and waste, climate resilient food systems, and development of safe and nutritious foods will be critical for strengthening the food and nutrition security in the years ahead. Conferences like these provide an excellent platform for dialogue and collaboration, allowing us to exchange ideas and explore solutions for building more resilient and sustainable food systems. With these words, I congratulate the organizers for this important initiative and wish the conference great success. I also encourage the young students and researchers present here to contribute actively towards building food systems that are safe, nutritious, and sustainable for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, may I kindly invite Dr. Professor V.K. Modi, sir, Dr. J.K. Ranjan, sir, to come on the stage and kindly felicitate our respected guest of honor, Shri Rajit Punani, sir, with moment. Sir, we are truly honored by your presence today. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I warmly welcome respected session chair, Thank you. Thank you for Shall I start now? Now we are moving on the technical session 1. I warmly welcome respected session chair, all esteemed speakers, faculty members, researchers, and students to technical session 1 of the 9th AMIFOST-2026 International Conference. This session focuses on the theme Sustainable and Resource Efficient Food System. In the context of increasing global food demand, climate change, and resource challenges, the development of sustainable food production system has become extremely important. sustainable horticulture, biofortified crops, and effective knowledge dissemination through scientific publishing are essential components for strengthening future food system. Today's session will bring valuable insight from eminent experts who are contributing significantly to these areas. It is my great privilege to introduce our session chair, Dr. J.K. Ranjan sir. Dr. Ranjan is currently serving as a principal scientist in the Division of Horticulture, Vegetable Science at ICAR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Pusa campus, New Delhi. He completed his BSc in Agriculture from Banaras Hindu University and later obtained both MSc and PhD in Horticulture from ICAR and IRI, New Delhi. He joined the Agriculture Research Services of ICAR in 2005 and has since contributed extensively to horticultural research. With more than 20 years of research experience, Dr. Ranjan has worked on a wide range of crops, including temperate fruits and vegetables, seed spices, cereaceous vegetables, and aquatic vegetables. His current research focuses on genetic improvement of wattle gourd and brinjal. He has successfully developed several crops varieties, including garlic, apple, Indian spinach, and brinjal, along with the improved production technologies. Dr. Ranjan has published over 52 research papers, authored 5 books, 27 book chapters, and numerous extension publications. He has also received the Outstanding Horticulture Scientist Award and is a fellow of several professional societies. Sir, we are honored to have you chair this session and guide the discussions today. May I please invite you, sir, on the stage to present your presentation. Thank you. Yes, sir. Dr. J.K. Ranjan to deliver his talk on the topic Sustainable Horticulture for Health, Nutrition, and Farmers' Prosperity. Now the stage is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I welcome you all in this session. Although just after the lunch, the session is a little bit sleepy. So I hope that I won't make you sleep in this session. Let us start with the presentation on the horticulture. So my topic of presentation is Sustainable Horticulture for Health, Nutritional, and Farmers' Prosperity. In this presentation, we are going to see how the horticulture is beneficial for our health, how it provides the nutrition, and how it is useful for the farmers' prosperity. So you know the Global Hunger Index published in 2025, where we rank on 102nd rank out of 123 qualifying countries. Belarus is on the top, and we are on the 102nd positions. And if you see the nutritional status in India, it is a very alarming situation. More than 30 is extremely alarming, and 20 to 29 is alarming situation. If you see the malnutrition in India, even in 1 year in 2017, 7 lakh children under the 5 years of age died in 2017. And despite India's 50% increase in the GDP since 1991, more than 1/3 of the world malnourished children live in India. And among the malnourished children in developing country, in India, it is about the 38% of the children are malnourished. So what are the factors that are affecting the malnutrition? This is the low attendance to the health center, community dependence on the assistance, irregular meals for the child, imbalanced eating habit. And so can be the horticulture be the solution for this problem? I say yes, it can be. Before going to discuss the how it will horticulture will provide this nutrition, let us have the horticulture statistics in India. During the year 2024, we have produced around 354 million tons of horticultural production. 354 million tons we have surpassed the total food grain production, which is 332. And recently, day before yesterday, it was in the newspaper that now the total horticultural production is around the 370 million tons. From the 370 million tons. And among all the states, UP is the leading horticulture producing states in India, producing about the 14% of the total horticultural production. And see how the percentage nutrition contribution through fruits and vegetables. Almost 90% of the ascorbic acid we are getting from the fruits and vegetables. That is horticultural crops. 50% vitamin A, vitamin B6, magnesium, iron, thiamine, niacin, calories, protein, and fat. Each and every nutrition we can get from the horticulture. So see the role of fruits and vegetables in human nutrition. It helps in the protein energy, malnutrition removal, vitamin A deficiency, iron deficiency, anemia, and iodine deficiency. If you see the balanced recommended diet today, as per the World Health Organization, every individual should have at least 400 grams of horticultural crops. Earlier, it was the 300 grams of the vegetables and 100 grams of the fruits. But now they have recommended that at least we should have the combination of fruits and vegetables with total of the 400 grams per day. So vegetable always told as a superfood, and it is a different color, contains diverse maximum phytonutrients. These can be act as a powerful antioxidant. Fruits, we are seeing that whatever the vegetable is there, which is colored vegetables, colored fruits, they have a lot of antioxidant and that protect our body from the different diseases. Like better health development and growth, like you can get the vitamins, mineral, PUFA, that is polyunsaturated fatty acid. Some of the vegetables, PUFA is only present in the animal product, but certain vegetables, having the PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid, which is very good for our cardiac. And it always improves the immunity, or gastrointestinal tract health, mental health, bone health, and reducing aging also. See, the one of the important compound is the folic acid, which is present in the various vegetables. It is a key ingredient for the multiplication and malnutrition of the red blood cells, and they play a crucial role in the fetal development in the early weeks of the pregnancy, and it reduces the risk of colon cancer also. And the potential source of this folic acid is broccoli, beans, spinach, and okra. Similarly, lycopene, which is unsaturated carotenoids, and it is present in the many vegetables, mostly abundant in the tomato, and also present in the watermelon also. And the lutein is a xanthophyll, it is a pigment, and one of the 600 known naturally occurring carotenoids. And it is synthesized only by the plants. And like other xanthophyll, it is found in a high quantity in the green vegetables. Like glucosanolates, mostly present in the cruciferous vegetables. Like we in the vegetable term, we call it as a cole crop, like cabbage, cauliflower, knoll cole, broccoli. So glucosanolates is present in the various cruciferous vegetables, which is prevent the lung cancer, reported to be prevent the lung cancer, colon cancer, and maintenance of the good heart health. And this major bioactive compound, like glucosanolate, is the sulforaphan present in the broccoli, indole 3-carbinol present in all the cruciferous vegetable. Like that, the various compounds are there which protect our health. Like phenolics are present in the almost every colored fruits and vegetable, and it reduces the risk of the cardiovascular diseases and prevent Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, prevent skin damage. And the potential sources like anthocyanin is red cabbage, purple dolichos bean, brinjal, like flavonoids present in the onion, lettuce, and flavonol present in the celery, tomato, garlic, onion. Similarly, this polyunsaturated fatty acid, which is the alpha-linoleic acid, which is very good for the health, present in some of the vegetable. And dietary fiber, which is very important for the health, that it binds with the bile salt and removed from the body, thus reduce the level of the cholesterol and reduce the risk of the obesity and cardiovascular diseases. And as I told you that fruits and vegetables, particularly known as the anti-carcinogenic, each and every vegetable is having the properties which prevent our body from the cancer. It reduces the risk of lung and colon cancer, and active nutraceuticals is the glucosinolates. I'm not going to detail of the mode of the action. And similarly, I have listed here that what are the different vitamins and minerals and present in the which crop, almost all vegetable crops, vitamins and their source, minerals and their source. And the common source of the polyphenolic compound in vegetables are anthocyanin, as I told you, that is red cabbage, purple broccoli, brinjal, black carrot, onion, flavonoids present in the onion, lettuce, and flavonol present in the celery, tomato, brinjal, garlic, onion. And see that it is the natural source of the edible color also. Red color can be extracted from the lycopene. Lycopene is a carotenoid present abundantly in the tomato. Red crimson color is a beta-cynine or betaline, which is present in the beetroot. An orange color, that is beta-carotene, carrot, cantaloupe, pumpkin. Likewise, the green color is present in the chlorophyll and is present in the broccoli, kale, spinach. And anthocyanin present in the carrot, brinjal, broccoli. And how many have you seen the yellow cucumber? Have you seen anywhere? Nowadays, it is a very famous. It is a very rich in the vitamin A. And you can eat and have 100 grams of yellow cucumber. You can have the sufficient amount of vitamin A. So I'm not presenting here because it is someone else's research work, and it has been registered in the National Bureau of the Plant Genetic Resources. Similarly, the major color pigments and their impact in human health, the anthocyanin are capable of acting different cells involved in the development of the sclerosis, one of the leading cause of the cardiovascular diseases. Vitaline, that high antioxidative, free radical scavenging and present in the beetroot. Likewise, carotenoid and chlorophyll are also present. These are some of the edible color-rich variety developed by our institute. Like in carrot, Pusa aceta, I will show you how the Pusa aceta looks like. It is just like a black carrot. Like in paprika, we have developed the capsaicin-rich KTPL19. Like in amaranth, we have developed the Pusa lal cholai, the trio dark red in the beetroot, red cabbage, and in carrot, Pusa rudhira, vidsti, yamdagni, like that. I will show you the variety now. Now the tomato, which is Solanum lycopersicum, having a strong antioxidant activity, like the brinjal. Brinjal earlier it was called in Hindi it is called the bagan. The white is called bagan. Earlier it was known as the begun. Means it doesn't have any properties, any useful property. But nowadays it has been established that it is used for the various diseases. Like, have you seen the white brinjal? White brinjal, it is white brinjal. If you hide the calyx of the white brinjal, it will just look like a egg. That's why the brinjal is also called the eggplants. So it is used in the inflammatory condition like cardiac diabetes, neuralgia, ulcer of the nose, cholera, and white brinjal is known for the diabetic patient. It is help in the reducing the blood sugar. You see the different color cauliflower we have developed in our institute. Like in carrot also, we have developed different color of the carrots. And the biological function of the different yellow carrot accumulates the xanthophyll, lutein, which protect eye from the age-related macular degeneration and cataract. And red carrot contain the lycopene. Which carrot is a beneficial, red carrot or orange carrot? Carrot. We people generally like the red carrot, no? But the vitamin A content is more in the orange carrot. And in the carrot, red color is due to anthocyanin and orange color is due to carotenoids. So more vitamin is present in the orange color carrot. Like in radish also, you might not have seen the different color of the radish, but apart from the white radish, we have the pink radish, red radish. And if you know this natural nutrition for the tropics, moringa, it is called the miracle tree. No, see the nutrient content is this. It has the more than 7 times vitamin A than the orange. Moringa leaves. 4 times calcium than the milk. 4 times vitamin A than the carrot. And more than 3 times potassium than banana. And more than 2 times protein than yogurt. So that's why each and every part of the moringa is useful, even flower, fruits, leaves. So that's why it is called the miracle tree. So this is a highly nutritive fruits are the mango. Like, you know, the mango, how much vitamin A is there? Almost ripe mango having 5,000 international unit of the vitamin A. So even 100 gram of mango, if you are eating a day, you will have the sufficient amount of vitamin A. Like papaya, it is having the almost 2,500 international unit. Jackfruit, 5,000 international unit. Like one vitamin C, you know, the Barbados cherry is having the maximum amount of the vitamin C, like 1,400 milligram per 100 gram. But we cannot eat it. It is so sour, no, we cannot eat Barbados cherry. Even amla is having around 700 milligram of vitamin C. But if I would ask you to eat the 100 gram of amla raw, you cannot eat it. So the best way to eat guava. The daily recommended vitamin C is 50 milligram per day. And in the guava, you can easily have 100 gram of the guava a day. And you will get from 100 gram of guava, 300 milligram, almost 6 times vitamin C than the other fruits. Like phosphorus, you can get from almond, cashew, statue nut, calcium. Calcium you can get from almond, dates, walnut, iron. So I will come to the different variety released by our institute. In this, you know, the biofortification sir was telling that the biofortification during the 2016, the prestigious World Food Prize was given to the team of 4 CGIAR scientists, consultative group of international agriculture research, for combating the micronutrient deficiency through biofortification of sweet potato. Biofortification is a term how to improve the nutrition content in the food, either through breeding, what we are doing at our institute. Through breeding process, we can improve the micronutrient or nutrition condition, or through the agronomical practices, or through biotechnology, or through the genetic engineering. Anyway, you have to increase the nutrient content of the food. So globally, 290 biofortified varieties of 12 staple foods released or being tested in the 60 countries. Like for the vitamin A, banana, cassava, sweet potato; for iron, beans; and for both iron and zinc, coffee and iris has been biofortified. And ICR has also released the biofortified varieties of fruits and vegetables. And our Indian Council of Agriculture Research has compiled biofortified varieties sustainable way for the alleviate the malnutrition through nutritional security. These are some of the biofortified variety developed by our council. Like in cauliflower, that is Pusa beta kesari 1, which is rich in vitamin A. Sweet potato, Bhu Sona, Bhu Krishna, and the pomegranate Solapur Lal. They all are the biofortified varieties. Recently, we have published 2 review papers in the food security, where we have all compiled all the information about how we are globally interdependent on the fruit genetic resources and what is the bountiful treasure of the Indian fruit genetic resources. So coming to the IRI varieties with wealth promoting nutraceuticals, in carrot, you see that different color of the carrots we have developed. Like in cauliflower also, we have developed the different color cauliflower. In other cole crop like broccoli, nol col, kale, all the varieties are having rich in the several nutraceuticals. Like turnip also, we have developed radish, different color of the radish you can see here. And in beetroot, that dark red, which is very useful and having antioxidant properties. In tomato, we have developed the Pusa cherry tomato 1. And recently, last month, we have developed the Pusa cherry tomato 2 also. And in bitter gourd, you know, it is an indigenous vegetable originated in India and having the lots of properties, and particularly the anti-diabetic properties. We have developed a variety and we have named accordingly, like Pusa Ausadhi. Pusa Ausadhi, very good for the diabetic patient. Like Pusa Rasdar for the juice making of the from the bitter gourds. Like in other cucurbitaceous crop, we have developed Pusa Madhura, Sugar Baby, Pusa Vikas, and Pusa Naveed. Like in brinjal also, we have developed different variety which is rich in the nutraceuticals. In onion also, in asparagus also. And you know, the bathua is growing in the wild condition. Now we have developed 2 variety of the bathua, that is Pusa Bathua 1, Pusa Green in the palak, Pusa Bharti in the palak, and Pusa early bunching in the methi, fenugreek. In amaranth, we have different color, green color and red color, which is called the Pusa Lal Cholai and Pusa Kiran. And different peas and beans we have developed. Like in paprika also, we have our regional station Katrayan has developed the KTPL19, which have a lot of capsaicin, which is having the pharmaceuticals value. In cabbage also, we have developed the Pusa Cabbage 1, Pusa Bindi 5 in the Bindi, and the this is the mustard, that is Pusa Sag 1, particularly used for the leafy vegetable, not for the oil extraction. Like in mango, we have developed this different variety, Pusa Deepsika, Pusa Manori. All are now very famous and farmers are promoting this 2 variety. No, there's Pusa Arunima, red color varieties. And similarly, several varieties have been developed in mango, papaya also, Pusa Nanna and Pusa Dwarf, hardly 2 feet height, Pusa Dwarf and Pusa Nanna. And in grapes also, our Pusa Institute has developed different variety like Pusa Beauty Seedless, Pusa Navdang, having a lot of antioxidant properties. So in last, I would like to quote that the Union Cabinet Minister, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has approved the setting of the National Nutritional Mission with a 3-year budget of the 9,000 crore right back in the 2017 to alleviate the malnutrition program. So let us have the Har Ghar Poshan Tyohar, every house a celebration of the nutrition. So in last, I would like to say, grow, eat fruits and vegetables for nutritional, health and economic prosperity. Thank you. Question we will take up in the last after 2 presentation. So we are having 2 eminent speakers in this session. Dr. Govind Raj, Senior Scientist, Harvest Plus Program, and Ms. Renu Upadhyay, Senior Commissioning Editor, Taylor and Francis Group. So I would like to invite Dr. Govind Raj for his presentation. Please.
Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful presentation highlighting the importance of sustainable horticulture. Now I would like to invite our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Mahalingam Govindraj. Dr. Govindraj is a senior scientist in the Harvest Plus program at IFPRI, Hyderabad, and a renowned expert in the crop biofortification and national crop improvement with more than 14 years of experience in the crop improvement research. He has played a key role in strengthening biofortification initiatives and public-private partnership for millet research and development. Before joining IFPRI, he led ICRISET millet biofortification program across India, West Africa, and Central Africa, and contributed to the development and dissemination of 12 biofortified cultivars. Dr. Govind Raj has authored over 100 scientific publications and has received several prestigious recognition, including International Scholar Award, International Plant Nutrition Institute, MS Swaminathan Best Scientist Award in 2018, Norman E. Borg Award for Field Research and Application 2022. It is our pleasure to invite Dr. M. Govindraj to present his talk on development of fortified crops, a contribution to research efficient food system. Sir, we are warmly welcome you.
Very good afternoon, all of you. I hope you people are very tired after lunch, as our chair is mentioned, but I'm not giving you a boring lecture today. I'm going to take very few minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. My presentation is no longer than that. Please listen to that. Maybe you are investing your time. I'm traveled, it's almost 3 hours travel, and I'm talking about our work, not just one in India, it is also for Global South. And many of you are food expert or maybe entrepreneur in future. I hope this presentation will spark at least someone of you. So I'll start my presentation at the given title in biofortified crops, how it is in future is positioned towards the resource efficient food system. So all we know that biofortification is talk about the last 2 decades. Harvest Plus is the global alliance and the global leaders who mobilized the resource since 2003. So by now it's more than 2 decades and several resource has been mobilized and biofortification is talk of the town, for which the stable food has been enhanced for essential. I repeat, it is essential. Its body cannot synthesize. The essential only through food system can feed into the body and functionality. Therefore, it is very vital in the stable food system where we consume majorly the fine grain cereals and least in vegetables and least in other meat and dairy product. Therefore, biofortification is the center on stage where the food system is really is lack of nutrition. So what is biofortification? The biofortification is nothing but enhancing the essential mineral and vitamins in edible parts of the plant. I repeat again, in edible parts of the plant, not somewhere else. And it should be reflected as a measurable health indicators after regular consumption. So this is the whole part of the biofortification definition. As a student, you should know that biofortification cannot be happen overnight. It has to be, I'm going to talk today. There are various approaches of biofortification. One approach is genetics, which is plant can do the job. So what is the difference between fortification and biofortification? The ultimate goal is to address the nutritional insecurity. But the approach is different. One is the short term, other one is the medium and long term. The fortification which need the post-harvest intervention and regular recurrent investment. Whereas biofortification, it happens at the one-time investment as part of genetics in seed development and repeated a generation after generation, which carry over the varietal dissemination. So this is the complementarity But as previous presenter is mentioned about the carrot. So I would like to highlight again the carrot story here. The carrot has been, is 200 years ago, so nobody's know that, but the history says that it's white in color and yellow in color. And today we eat the more intense orange in color. Why do so? It started biofortification way long back. Is the small breeding program started in University of Wisconsin. So that is developed the more intention where the only 50 ppm of carotenoid. And today we eat 200 to 200 ppm of carotenoids. Are we paying extra when the carotenoid intense is more in carrots? No. That's the thumb rule we are operating as a part of biofortification in stable cereal. And then the history, as I mentioned, it started is close to 2003. The actual investment started in 2005 and generated towards the discovery of the science, what crop can be biofortified, and what elements should be fortified. We can't fortify all the essential minerals and vitamins in one stable food. So we need to diversify the food aspect. So therefore, we don't disturb any existing food value chain. Therefore, the investment is happen and the development of the product. And then finally, we are in after 2022, exactly after Corona, this has been developed, dissemination phase with a global partner. The Harvest Plus alone cannot deliver the product. So how they design the product? First, they talk the top 3 micronutrient, which is the daily basis, which World Health Organization, and as well as the Copenhagen consensus, which posed that these zinc, iron, and provitamin A is the top 3 deficient micronutrient among the population. So therefore, the biofortification focused on this priority 3 nutrient, and the light green bar you are seeing that what is actually farmers grow. And the next green bar is what is actually breeders and the crop development scientists are being targeted to develop and deliver that much level for each micronutrient. And the far most, the dark green is that how far they achieved. So this is what indicates the transition from the baseline to the development and achieving the breeding target in the farmer grown variety, not just in the research itself. So these are the released variety which can be found in the farmer field and later very sooner in the marketplaces. So therefore, it is very critical. So how do we manipulate or breed for those invisible traits except the carrot or orange maize? You can see intensity of the carotenoid by color, but you can't see the vitamin, the zinc or iron in any of the color. So therefore, it's very critical to have the rapid high throughput technology to a diagnostic tool. So therefore, these 20 years back, the cement industry, rock industry, and mining industry used the XRF-based technology to choose the raw material for their industrial purpose. And we repurposed with the collaboration with the University of Adelaide and University of Flinders in Australia, and co-working with the Oxford Instrument Technology. And this has been repurposed for mineral analysis in plant species, especially the seed composition. And globally now 30 plus laboratory has been created, and that has been serving as a base for a diagnostic tool for breeding biofortified variety. So how far India is focusing? And Harvest Plus and its partner also developed for more than 120 countries database, which is the production of the particular crop and the per capita consumption of those crops in a country and the micronutrient deficiency in the geography, which all put together. These are minor index to the big index, which is so-called the biofortification priority index. This helps policymakers. It helps the investor where to invest, which country and which crop and which nutrient. It's a more interactive map. One can explore this, which is freely available in Harvest Plus website. So India's focus is, mostly the iron and zinc crops. So basically the lentil and zinc rice and wheat and iron pearl millet. And this is the map which indicates that where we are working and what are those crops being disseminated. And coming to that, we are not stopping as the Harvest Plus is touching from the research to the end user. And therefore we need to connect the entire value chain actor. It's not just for the public sector, it's also for the private sector. So how we mobilize? We start with the dialogue with the policymakers. Now 20 plus country in the global south, including America, So now they're discussing the nutritional policy to be integrated biofortification, another core component, which is that to deliver nutrition for the rural remote who don't have the access to the improved health system, or the dairy product, or the meat product. So therefore, it is very important. And as the previous presenter mentioned, ICAR also developed various crops, biofortified. But if you see the globally, 490 varieties has been developed so far in 2025, which accumulated all the centers who participated and released, which means this is plenty is available in the farmer field and the production. I think the market has to bring to the household plate. So then one big question as a food scientist, you may ask, okay, you develop the plant that carry the nutrient. After consumption, does it allow as the bioavailable, which has bred so far and you delivered through the seed system? Yes. And these slides provide the clear evidence, which is basically is independent clinical research, registered clinical research proven that how much the micronutrient bred varieties has been mobilized. The nutrition in the body is not just for the woman and adolescent girl, and also for the children who's under less than 5 years old. And these all provide is varies from 60% to 100% of the daily requirement of the nutrition. So therefore, the address is a very critical component of the nutritional insecurity. The another gap has been identified in the various systems. There is no standard mechanism available from farmers to the procurement or the industry. Also, the seed, the seed class or the standards end with the field, and there is no grain standard to translate to the procurer and the procurement guys or the lot procurement program, even in the government. So how to connect? So we created the standard, working with the British Standard Institution, BSI, all you know that. So that is the global network, publicly available standards has been created for all three nutrients for various crops. So one can use that metrics to procure and use in any of the nutritional program. And this is the private sector. We are engaging, as I said, we are working with the private sector for largely for scaling purpose and also marketing intelligence, how we can bring the market needy product through the biofortified crops. It's not just for India. So I mentioned in the country, you can see. And also the biofortification is center of dialogue. And as I mentioned, as the previous presenter also highlighted, the 2016 was the World Food Prize given to the biofortification innovation. So we were also discussing with the same group in the US, how efficient, it's a $1 investment in biofortification, how efficient is return. So this is the top three, it falls among the top three investment. So therefore, the high return of investment is happening through biofortification. If you see from the farmer side, I put the 13 value proposition. Many of your market people, if you understand that the value proposition is created as per the industries. So these value proposition 13 is cover all the network value chain actors from the farmers to the consumer. As a part of consumer end user, the nutrition is high and also is the energy. Whereas the farmers, the far right, if you see that is only yield, not the nutrition. So how to overlook or how to underlook? So we need to avoid such bias assessment during the research and development investment. So therefore, it is a critical dialogue we are having, and there is a system has been created now at the CGIAR level, which is so-called Better Diet and Nutrition. It's so-called BDN program, which talk about the 4 to 5 work area. If you are anybody working in this area, food system, please contact us. You can also get an opportunity to work with us to create evidence. It's not just for research and also for policy and any nutrition related work. And this system is already implemented. It's system-wide organizations working across the industry as well as various public and private partners. Okay, what has been done in 20 years? The 20 years has been produced, it reached a very big population which never been imagined. But our ambitious target is to reach by 2030 is 1 billion people. So now we reached 100 billion farmers who grow and eat, but who buy from the market in India is additional 200 to 300 million farmers, which likely to be enhanced. Harvest Plus alone cannot do it. We need the partnership to scale up. I think the Amity atmosphere, I feel that you can create, a very good collaboration and with ICAR as well as the State Agriculture University and CGIR, so that we can do the job together and deliver the tangible outcome to the marginal farmers and consumers. As a summary, as a very critical, the nutrition is just you introduce, it is being a genetics, is not going to eroded like any other trait. So therefore, it is mandatory to recommend in all the future crop variety as part of the food system. The variety has been released, is taking place in the food system. So if you ignore that, so we are creating vacuum, nutritional vacuum in the food system. So therefore, it is very much linkages needed across the agriculturists, nutritionists, and food scientists. And of course, industries is very critical. And advocacy as we are doing, and we need to have more private sector advocacy and investment to involve, this type of creation of the healthy diet system. But last not least, mainstreaming biofortification as part of the stable food system, and also alternative food. We are not going to replace any of the existing crops. We want to biofortify them and make value-added product. I would like to thank the opportunity for the organizer and Amity team. And thank you, Chair, for giving the opportunity. And thanks for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the enlightening presentation. Now we move to our next speaker, Ms. Renu Upadhyay. Ms. Renu Upadhyay is the Senior Commissioning Editor at Taylor and Francis Books India Private Limited, Delhi. She has more than 15 years of experience in academic publishing, particularly in the field of life science and chemistry. She has been dedicated to delivering high-quality educational content that meets the need of diverse academic markets across the globe. In her current role at CRC Press, she works closely with researchers and authors from India and other regions to develop high-quality academic books and research publications for the global scientific community. Prior to this, she worked with McGraw-Hill Education, where she focused on publishing textbooks for undergraduate and postgraduate science education. Today, she will share valuable insight on how researchers can effectively publish their work. This topic is particularly important in academia as publishing highlight high quality research not only contributors to the advancement of knowledge, but also enhance the visibility and impact of their scientific work, which is highly relevant for researchers and scholars participating in this conference. I would now like to invite Ms. Renu Upadhyay to deliver her talk on publishing impactful research in books and journals. Ma'am, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It's not presented in the अच्छा इसमें हटा दो Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Monica, ma'am, for inviting me for this workshop. So I'm Renu Bhatia. I'm working with the Taylor and Francis Group. I think, so I'll be briefing you about a brief description about Taylor and Francis Group, how to publish in books and journals. So moving to the next slide. These numbers on the slide shows their historical milestones. We started our journey way back in 1798. We have currently more than 5,500 books. We are present in more than 400 conferences. We have close to 2,650 journals currently. Now, coming to the books, coming to why we should publish. Any idea, anybody from the audience? Why is publishing necessary? Anybody? Yeah, please. Nobody. Okay, yeah. Exactly. Share knowledge. I think to exchange ideas, to build reputation, to disseminate work on a global scale. So if you have something new to say, if you have a solution to a current problem or a difficult problem, then what happens? So publishing becomes a necessary and important step in this research process. It actually helps you in staking claim to your work. So that is why publishing is important. Now, coming to book section. What exactly is a book? I think we all know that it is a big, many of you are authors here. I think Dr. Ranjan has written many books with, so I'll be approaching Dr. Ranjan after this. So now book is actually, you know, when an author approaches us for the book, or we approach an author, so we start off this journey with a standard proposal form. Now, this particular proposal form we expect our authors to structure this proposal form in a very nice way, like why they have decided to write this book. Is it filling a gap area? Is it a requirement in there? Then once you have decided why you want to write this book, you need to frame the table of content, choose a title, consider your market, like analyze the competition. Are there any similar books in the market? How your book will be better than the available books in the market. Need to set the deadline and the number of pages here. Then once the author submitted us the book proposal form, we initiate the review process. But before that, what are the tips for writing a strong book proposal form? Number one, we need to have a very clear, concise title. Number two, it should justify the need of the book. Why you plan to write this book? That thing should come out really clearly in the proposal form. Audience, include a brief description of your target readership. Where exactly it is targeted? Is it targeted at the research scholar? Is it at the undergraduate level? Is it for the chemistry readers? Then include a detailed table of content, and if possible, give chapter description or abstract to show how you will set out the content. Competition analysis. I personally like when author, very clearly gave a brief description of how their book is better than the existing books in the market. How will their book, add to the existing literature to the market? That's an important thing. That shows how the author is confident in writing his book. Then details. Then we expect certain details from the author. Propose, a certain number of. We expect the author to give us an estimate on the length of the book, number, type of illustrations required, whether they plan to add any digital feature in the book, and when they intend to complete the manuscript. Then why do proposals get rejected very early? Number one, proposal form not filled properly. Our proposal form is a very comprehensive proposal form. We expect our authors to fill it very properly. Many a times they just, write one or two things and they submit us. So we don't expect that thing. We expect them to write it very properly. Proposals having very narrow market, like, we don't expect you to give us your research thesis and tell us that, okay, publish it. That's a very, very narrow market. kindly refrain publishing your thesis with us. It's written for a very small market, or if the market is very saturated. Like, I give you an example. Nowadays, I have seen there is a lot of surge of AI in everything. So I have been receiving many proposals on AI in crop, AI in agriculture. So I have been very selective in choosing such topics. Now, authors not revising the proposal basis the editors or reviewers' suggestion, that can also lead to rejection. And of course, lastly, copyright infringement. Even, when the authors are writing the technical description, they actually tend to copy the concept note from many places. Kindly, I always suggest my authors kindly refrain doing it, because a good editor can catch that thing. So once the author submits us the completed proposal form, we initiate the review process. What we do, we follow the single blind review, where the reviewer's name is hidden from the author. Generally with 2 positive comments, we move ahead with the review with the project. And most of the time I receive questions from author, must I incorporate review suggestion? I don't agree with. I think that's a very good question. If you feel that it will enhance the quality of the book, yes, you can add. But if you don't feel that, okay, this suggestion is not very good, then you need to justify the reason to the editor in a very assertive way. Can a bad review hurt my chances of getting this book published? To an extent, yes, but many a times an editor actually analyzes the proposal and have accepted the projects on a bad review. I can give you examples wherein there was I worked with an author. He was, it was on quantum chemistry. So this particular project was a textbook. When the reviews on the global scale, quantum chemistry is an outdated topic, and the reviews turned out extremely bad. But I was somehow convinced with the authorship, because he had many books written. I convinced the team, editorial board, and we moved ahead with that project. And that book did exceptionally good. That's a judgment we as an editor sometimes also make. So what are you expected to do when you get the reviews? Revise the proposal basis the reviewer's suggestion, submit it to us, and we will sign the contract with the author. And once we sign the contract with the author, the writing phase of the author becomes how much time a publisher allows author to write a book. We tell our authors to decide the timeline. Generally, it takes 6 months to 1 year of time. We expect them to stick to that timeline. There is author guidelines which we submit to the authors, and they follow that author guidelines to prepare the manuscript. It's very important for our authors that they stay in touch with the publisher and keep asking questions during that writing phase. Like they can also submit us sample chapters to get our opinion, that is it going in the right, are we framing the manuscript in the right way? And then they can submit us the manuscript. Right. So what happens once you have submitted us the manuscript, once the author submits us the manuscript, the pre-production phase starts. An editorial assistant reviews the complete manuscript. He or she will see each and every figure, table, references are properly placed. If she is satisfied with the structure of the manuscript, she will push the manuscript in production. Then typesetting, copy editing, proofreading, cover designing of the manuscript can take place, and it is generally sent off to the printer. So this is a diagrammatic phase of what I just have explained. Submit the proposal form, then it will be evaluated internally. Once the internal evaluation is done, we initiate the review process. The basis the feedback, we sign the contract, and then the writing phase of the author begins, where they can submit us the manuscript, and it goes into production. And then after the production, the marketing and the sales of the book starts happening. So one thing, okay, what is coming to this thing, copyrights. Now, this is a very important thing, that everything that is on the web is not free. Please be mindful of this. One has to take copyright for every figure, images, table, or any content. It's a common myth. Taking copyright is a very, very difficult and tedious task, but it's actually not. There is one site, www.copyright.com, where all major publishers are registered. You can go and take the copyright of any figure, any table, any text from there. And generally, we expect our authors to do, but we can also help. Sometimes authors find it difficult. So we actually assist in taking the copyright of any such thing. So the journals, okay. So I am through with the books section. Now the journals, I'll just walk you through the tips on writing, how to write for a journal. So first of all, what is a journal article? A journal article is not a magazine or a book, or it has a clear structure to it. It has a section, it has a clear structure to it. So I have a question from the audience. Anybody has written in an article in the journal? Do you write an article for a specific journal or find any journal for your article? Anybody has ever written an A is write an article for a specific journal or find any journal for your article? No, I think nobody. Okay. Oh, okay. So, okay, I think, anyway, so I think I thought that many are research scholars, so it will be an important thing for them. Anyway, so the answer is, like what happens that 30% of the authors write for a specific journal and 70% write the article and panic. So one has to be in the minority. You need to read the aim and scope of the journal and understand what the journal is all about. So the next tip is that since, one has to research the journal in your field, visit your library, university library, look at the publisher and the journal website, talk to your peers, pick your type, whether you want to write for a very small market, whether it's a very journal market, whether you want to go for an international audience or a regional audience. Read and understand the journal's aims and scope. Check for Sherpa.ac.uk Romeo site. Now, Sherpa Romeo is a website that is the journal's self-archiving policy. So basically, it helps in understanding how you can use your content and as well how others can use your content. So it's very important that you visit these sites. Next is you need to know why you want to, why you want to write this, you need to find out, ask the right question and know the right answer. Who the editor is, what is the editorial board, who's the publisher, who are the authors, who is the readership, whether it's an online journal or a print journal, what's the submission policy, whether it's an open access, whether does it has an open access policy or not. So these are the, again, stages of how you want to submit an article. If you have an idea, choose a journal, read back the issues, write the first draft, use your peer group, critical peer group to understand how to refine the further drafts, check notes from contributor, proofread and submit it. So these are some don'ts and do's of writing for TNF journals. I think I would not read them out, but couple of points I'll just read, like don't overlook the title, don't rush to write the abstract, dismiss the instruction for authors, don't send the incorrect version of your paper. Then what is a peer review? Now, it's a process where, the authors or authors or the people who are contributing in journal, they can enhance their article. Now, there are different models that are being followed. One is single blind review, where the reviewer's name is hidden from the authors. Double blind review, where the reviewer's name as well as the author's name, both is hidden from each other. Open review, where no identities are concealed. And post-publication review, where comments can be made by readers and reviewers even after the article is submitted. So how to handle reviews, comments? Now, what happens many a times, authors feel bad, okay, this is, my article is not good. We suggest that accept the feedback with good grace, revise as requested. And if you're responding, let's say if you feel that I don't want to implement this particular suggestion of the reviewer, be very specific. Defend your position. Don't be like aggressive. Okay, I'm not going to do it. So, and don't be afraid to ask the editor. Of course, a good editor will always want to help the author. So top 10 reasons, what should be avoided when you are writing for a journal. It's very important, like in previous slides, I explained that it's very important that you read the aim and scope of the journal. It should not be very too general article, like it should not be too long, too short. Always, it's very important to follow the journal's convention. It is not contributing anything to the subject, or it's not properly contextualized. So these reasons can lead to rejection in the journal. So what all ethics, the most important essentials that the authors should follow while they are submitting in the journal? They should be wary of self-plagiarism. They should know how to use the content and how they should use others' content. And two things, that they should not submit to more than one journal at the same time, and don't send an incomplete paper just to get the feedback. Any idea why these points are important? Okay, I think most of our students, so I'll give you an idea that the reason is that, editors and publishers and reviewers are all like working academician, and they're very, very busy. So it can happen that your article is following two publishing process, and the same set of reviewers are reviewing it. So avoid doing such thing. When you get ideal situation is that you follow one general process, and then if you get a yes or a no, if you yes, then it's fine, you can move ahead with, but if you're getting no, then you follow the other general process. Then always include and acknowledge all the co-authors and let them know that you have submitted the paper that you have published. And of course, I'm not sure that, it's important to mention what is a funding body. Many a times there are open access journals, so it's important that you mention the funding body over here. And if you want to know more about the copyright awareness, there is this particular site, www.publishers.org.in. So that's all from my side. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the valuable insight in the academic publishing. Now the session is open for the question and answer session. If any participant have any query, please ask. Mike.
Sorry, I thought that my session is over.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I have.
Mama, बैठ जाइए, वहीं से आंसर करिए.
Yeah, thank you. My question is to Mr. Renupadhyay. That's a very good presentation, but my just general query is regarding the usage of AI in terms of the publication, how you, the Taylor and Francis is dealing with the AI plagiarism or usage of AI in terms of paper writing, or how you accept or reject basis on that.
I think that's a very, I wanted to include one slide on it, but I think I had this time constraint. Very good question, and that's very. So whatever we say, so AI is actually, as of now, we are not accepting. As of now, we are not accepting AI generated content. That's
Completely or like some other journals, they have guidelines in terms of the usage of AI. They are accepting just for the grammar or reframing kind of thing.
Upgrade the content grammatically, then it's fine. But let's say if you want to write a complete book based on AI, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, obviously.
So AI is actually what I have understood. AI, whatever the prior research has been done so far, AI is good in generating that particular content. But the new research that is happening currently, AI won't be able to do that. Still, the human brain is still working.
Yeah, that's the obvious thing. Yeah, I just want to know this.
That as of now, we are still, reframing certain AI policies. Even we are getting a lot of AI generated proposals, content. It's we have very, as of now, strict policies regarding AI. We expect our authors to deliver a clean manuscript.
And one more thing, I've seen from some of the journals when we are getting the responses, those are being audited by the AI. So do Taylor and Francis also doing that kind of approach?
Plagiarism tools.
Not plagiarism exactly, but even for the methodology and other parts as well, which is being highlighted in terms of on the paper itself. Very recently, I've submitted one of paper, and it was completely the parts has been highlighted, but it's been very clear that they have been using the AI in the back end for that thing.
We are able to make out. That's we have actually collaborated. We have certain tools developed in house wherein we are able to catch what the authors are writing as of now. So as of now, we'll come up. We had one AI related policy. You can just visit and with cover designs AI generated. So
these abstracts or maybe like design these are also not acceptable?
Nothing.
Okay. But if I think I think some of journals are coming up with these kind of guidelines where they are accepting if the prompt is also being given along with the generated content.
It's like if you AI just to make the manuscript or the content grammatically correct, that's fine. But it shouldn't be that you're completely
use AI for improvement your
Yeah, obviously for the improvement optimization, but sometimes like we are sometimes the scientists are using AI for creating the these images to represent those images more scientifically or accurately, just in the lesser time, maybe for that kind of
illustration
thing.
sort of thing,
Yeah.
we can use that AI.
No, illustrations are also not acceptable.
Okay.
Even, yes, that's the thing. Even we have received AI generated illustrations here. That as of now, we are not accepting that thing.
Okay.
So we.
Thank you.
I think there was 6-7 months of time with Taylor and Francis having better AI related policy. As of now, it's a one-page policy, but we have an elaborate policy with regards to.
Yeah, just one more question. A bit this in terms of, because you are in the publishing house, how you see that's not related to this publication, etc. How you see the evolving the science in the era of AI, because there will be a lot of, even though we are putting some guidelines, we are putting a lot of things over the usage of the AI, but we can't stop it completely. That will be there, but in that scenario, how you see this publication house will evolve that in particular in this situation?
especially publishing houses. It's a very, very broad question that you have asked. It depends what sort of a market a publisher is in. If a publisher is based in a very research-oriented market, then definitely that research is always developing. So the content will, flow with it. But I think over a period of time, you can write a storybook using AI. Such publishers which are dependent on these particular things. Maybe
I'm
they
just
might
talking about
be,
in terms of like research papers or research. only.
the kind of market tailoring process is functioning. We are actually sort of safe zone, I would say. So since research will be evolving, so our content will flow with that research. It depends on where exactly the publisher is functioning. So if it is a book publishing, maybe the AI can generate a book for a 10-year-old much in a better way than it was published 20 years back. But that thing can happen, and one has to evolve, but the market has to evolve. But publishers working in a very high-end context, dealing with the high content, they still are in a little bit safer zone compared to.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the excellent question. Now, before we proceed further, it is our privilege to honor and felicitate our esteemed session chair for this session. May I kindly invite Professor Dr. V.K. Modi, sir, to please come on the stage and felicitate our respected session chair. I request Dr. Professor V.K. Modi, sir, to kindly present memento to our esteemed session chair, Dr. J.K. Ranjan, for graciously chairing this technical session. Please be. Thank you very much, sir, for the honor. Now it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker who shared their valuable knowledge and insight with us. May I request our respected session chair and our invited speaker, Dr. M. Govindraj, to kindly come forward to receive the token of appreciation. A big round of applause. Next, I request to Ms. Renu Upadhyay, ma'am, to kindly come forward to receive the memento. Thank you for your insightful talk and valuable contribution in the conference. Let us appreciate the speaker with the round of applause. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. J.K. Ranjan, our respected session chair, Dr. M. Govindraj, and Ms. Renu Upadhyay for sharing their valuable knowledge and insight with us today. We also thank all participants for their active participation and thoughtful question. Thank you.
क्या नाम बताया तुम्हें?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had an enriching first session. Now we move forward to a technical session 2, which will be conducted on the hybrid mode. The theme of this session is nutrition, dietary diversity, and healthy sustainable diets. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Corinne, online, Dr. Amit Kumar Rai, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Dr. Amit Kumar Rai, sir, please come on the stage and grace our session. Dr. Anna Sanchez, she will also join online. Dr. Ganesh Bangla. Dr. Ganesh. Okay. Thank you, Anna ma'am, for joining us. I would like to invite Dr. Renu Khedkar ma'am to please join us on this stage. This session will highlight important discussion on the nutrition science, sustainable diets, functional foods, and innovative food technologies that contribute to better health and global sustainability. Before we begin this session, it is my privilege to introduce the session chair for this technical session. We honored to have Dr. Corinne Mulpesh Bruzier. Dr. Corinne Mulpesh Bruzier is a full-time professor of human nutrition and physiology at University Salmon Ferrand, France, and an honorary professor at MIT University, India. She is an internationally renowned scientist with the expertise in lipid nutrition, adipose tissue metabolism, mitochondrial function, and chronic diseases. She obtained her PhD in nutrition from University of Auvergne with highest honor and later completed with habilitation to supervise research, HDR. She also conducted her postdoctoral research at the University Milan, Italy. She has led several national and European research projects, including New Age and Pathway 27, focusing on nutrition, metabolic health, and healthy aging. She previously served as a director of the Center the Research and Nutrition Human Overall 2015 to 2023 and currently coordinates multidisciplinary nutrition research program. She also a member of expert committee on the human nutrition at NC's France and actively contributes to international academic collaboration and graduate education in the nutrition and health sciences. Ma'am, we are truly honored to have you as a chair this session. I would like to invite Dr. Corinne to deliver her talk on the flawed chemotherapy and adipose tissue metabolism in cancer-associated cachexia. Ma'am, the virtual floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you hear me? It's okay? Yes, no problem. I'm sorry not to be able to be with you and not to have been able to attend the Congress. However, I'm very honored to moderate the station today entitled Nutrition, Dietary Diversity and Healthy Sustainable Diets. As you said, this session brings together distinguished experts in food science, nutrition, and highlighted health to explore innovation in functional foods, sustainable diets, food safety, and computational gastronomy. Each speaker presents cutting-edge research with implication for health, nutrition, and sustainability. Without further ado, and in order not to lose time, I would like to introduce our distinguished speakers. I will give the floor to our first speaker, Dr. Amish Kumar Rai, who is professor at the Department of Botany at the University of New Delhi. Dr. Rai specialized in Indian traditional fermented foods, microbial biotransformation, bioactive peptides, and enzyme for value-added products. Formerly a scientific at BRCI institutions in India, he has authored 135 publications, 5 books, and 37 book chapters, and filed 4 patents. He has received numerous honors, including the INSA Distinguished Lecturer Fellowship 2024, Young Scientist Awards, and membership in several Indian science academies. Dr. Rai serves at editorial boards of several SEI journals. His talk today will about to talk on understanding microbiome of traditional fermented foods for development of functional foods with health benefits. So please, Professor Hai, could you give your talk?
Right, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Corin, for the kind introduction. And I will be very thankful to the organizers for giving this opportunity. I think this is the 9th AMIFOST, and this is the 3rd time I'm coming to MIT. Out of 9, I have attended 3 AMIFOST. So I'll be basically talking of the research which we have carried out in last few years, where we work on Indian traditional fermented food, understand the microbiome and how the microbial diversity impacts the metabolite profile or peptide profile, and how these metabolites impact the health actually. So, you know, India is a country of traditional knowledge, and if you go from north to south or east to west, the diversity of Indian traditional food, and to be more specific on fermented food, the diversity changes from every district to district. If you go from, if you specifically go to the northeastern part of India, the diversity of fermented food is immense actually. Most of the things are fermented. Either you take fermented soybean, fermented rice, fermented fish, and they have very unique traditional methods of fermentation. Like there are fish products which get fermented for a period of 1 year, kept in underground condition. So similarly, the different substrates are fermented, like fermented yak milk you get in Sikkim, or fermented vegetables you get in some of the part like of Sikkim Himalayan region, where like Gundruk, Sinki. So when you see the diversity of fermented food in different states, you can imagine the huge diversity of microbes associated with these fermented food. Like these microbes can be at a strain level or species level, they are huge, and many of them are unexplored. So when what they do actually, when these microbes are present, they make so many changes, biochemical changes during fermentation, and that changes, it can have a positive as well as negative impact. So what we try to do, we try to understand the microbial diversity, we try to understand which microbes can have the positive impact, and apply them for development of functional food. Now, this is the overall objective of our lab. We try to understand the microbial diversity, the metabolite diversity in food consumed in different season, different location. I will give you some examples during this talk that how different location or different altitude or different substrate can have different impact on metabolite profile or even microbiome profile. And then selecting a particular starter culture which does the fermentation process, like a culture which does the fermentation, and then we try to add co-starter which improves the functionality during the fermentation. So we can go for mixed culture fermentation to development of functional food using the traditional knowledge, and then validating them using cell culture, animal model, and understanding what are the metabolites which are formed, what are the peptides that are formed in protein-rich food, and how it can have impact health. Further, we also try to see how these fermented food, even in traditional fermentation, can impact human gut microbiome, salivary microbiome, and also in controlled fermentation, when we are using selected starter culture, how it can have impact on these microbiome. So this is one example actually. This is a fermented soybean product which is consumed in Sikkim Himalayan region. And this particular food is an alkaline food which is very similar to natto in Japan. And the key starter culture which was identified for fermentation of quinoa was Bacillus subtilis. So when we did the metagenome analysis, Dr. Sudhir is there, we started this work in collaboration with him. So when we did the metagenome analysis of food consumed in different seasons, you can see the huge diversity of microbiome from each season to another. And there are some, in some of the cases, there is Bacillus cereus, Enterococcus faecalis, there are some pathogens as well. So that is why there is a importance of controlled fermentation, where we can avoid this pathogen and apply only cultures which are important for giving the positive impact, like Bacillus subtilis or Bacillus aeruginosa or Bacillus licheniformis, or some of the lactic acid bacteria. So here, when you see, there are two starter culture, which is there are many culture which is important, but among these two, there is a presence of Lactococcus lactis and also Enterococcus. I will tell you why at the end of the talk, why these two are very important. So what we did, we went for isolation from different season. We did a specific enzyme producing ability like protease, amylase, beta-glucosidase, the enzymes which are responsible for fermentation and also production of bioactive peptides and transformed isoflavone. And among these isolates, we selected these two starter culture. One is Bacillus subtilis K2M and 2B. And when we did the whole genome analysis, one was found to be very closer to Bacillus subtilis natto culture, which is used for production of natto in Japan. And one particular strain was very similar to a culture which was applied for fermented soybean paste consumed in Korea. So what we did, these two different strains of Bacillus subtilis, we applied for soybean fermentation, and we also selected two more strains, one Bacillus licheniformis and Bacillus amarylliquefaciens, because they were also dominant in the metagenome. And when we did the proteomics analysis after fermentation, you can see this Venn diagram actually shows the proteomics profile. I'm not sure this pointer is working or not. But what I want to make you understand, when you see the Venn diagram, you can see there are 1, 2, 4, 0 numbers. Actually, there are many numbers in this Venn diagram. So these numbers are nothing, but these are the number of peptides actually. So when you see in some starter culture like BA2G or BS2B, BS2M, when we use this Bacillus strain for fermentation of soybean, you get specific amount of peptides actually. So even though the taste is similar, but when you use different strain, a unique strain of a Bacillus subtilis or Bacillus licheniformis or amarylliquefaciens, you get a unique set of peptides in the fermented product. And that unique set of peptide, depending on the sequence of amino acid or depending on the amino acid composition, it exhibits different type of health benefit. So that is why you can design a food using a specific strain of a bacteria for specific type of health benefit. Now, among these, actually, we identified some of the peptide, like you see these two peptide at the end of the slide. These are myeloperoxidase inhibitory peptide. Myeloperoxidase is associated with oxidative stress. So when you are using, when you are fermenting a food with these two strains, Bacillus subtilis or Bacillus licheniformis, they are able to produce these peptide which has the ability to inhibit myeloperoxidase, an enzyme which is associated with oxidative stress. Similarly, we identified many peptides which are having ability to inhibit DPP4, an enzyme which is associated with DPP4 inhibitor, enzyme which is associated with diabetes, or ACE2 inhibitor, enzyme which is associated with hypertension. So like you can develop a starter culture where you can concentrate the population of some of the peptide which are inclined as ACE inhibitors or DPP4 inhibitors or myeloperoxidase inhibitor. So that is why starter culture selection at strain level is very important. Now, these are some of the, we use different soybean variety in collaboration with Indian Institute of Soybean Research in Indore. And here we also saw how these strains can be useful for transformation of isoflavones during fermentation. Why these isoflavones are important? Because isoflavones generally in soybean, they are found in bound form. And when we use specific carbohydrate enzyme producing strains, beta-glucosadases and amylases, these glycan form of isoflavone is converted to A-glycan form. And what is the benefit of it? If it is converted in A-glycan form, the viability of these polyphenol increases after consumption actually. So if the viability of these polyphenols, isoflavones increases, so the health benefit associated with these increases. Like if you see one particular strain, Bacillus KN1. So KN1, when we use, you can see dietgene concentration in the A-glycan form, the second graph, A-glycan form of dietgene increases after fermentation. Even glycetine increases compared to other strains. So it is also strain specific. It's not that all strain will do that. A specific strain will be able to have more transformation of glycan form to A-glycan form. So these are, again, different soybean variety, we tested for production of multifunctional peptide, the peptide which can have ability for both ACE and DPP4 inhibitor. The same peptide which will have ability to inhibit these two enzymes can be useful for prevention of diabetes and hypertension. Now we are validating these using animal models. So these are, again, we did the proteomics analysis when we use different soybean variety. Again, different soybean variety can also have different impact on production of bioactive peptide. Not only strains, but also soybean variety, because different soybean variety will have different fermentative ability. And some of these varieties are not having specific inhibitors, like some are lectin free, some are free from some other allergens. So even allergens can be a precursor for production of some of the peptide. And these peptide can have bioactivity or even some other properties as well. So these are some of the peptides which we reported in different soybean variety, some of the single active peptide or some of the multifunctional peptide when we use different soybean variety. for fermentation using a specific strain of Bacillus subtilis. We also applied some of the Bacillus subtilis strains for production of different other soybean food, other legume fermented like rice bean or other, where we are able to produce antihypertensive peptide or DPP4 inhibitory peptide in them. So these are different technologies which we developed, like black soybean fermentation, yellow soybean fermentation, rice bean fermentation, or even some of the protein-rich byproduct like soybean meal or meal which are rich in protein from oil industry. So this is another product which we studied. We understood the microbial diversity of fermented milk product, which is consumed in the Himalayan region. It's a churpi cheese. And when you see, again, there are huge diversity of microbes, a lot of lactic acid bacteria and yeast are dominant. But the two strains which were dominant in the soybean, like Lactococcus lactis and Enterococcus species, they were also present in fermented milk product. So we found these strains in many fermented product which is consumed in the Sikkim Himalayan region. Now, what we did, we again isolated some of the lactic acid bacteria, some of the strains, again screened them for fermentative ability, protease producing ability, because we were interested in production of bioactive peptide, and applied them for controlled fermentation for production of functional food, which is enriched in bioactive peptide. And earlier slide was the microbial diversity in traditional fermentation. This slide is the peptide diversity in the traditional fermentation. So when you see, when people consumed churpi cheese in different season, there are only few peptides which are common in all the season, but there are many unique peptides which are specific in different season. So that again depend on the microbial diversity which is specific at that particular season on that particular time period. So the peptides which are denoted in red color, these are the common peptides which were found in all the season. These are bioactive peptide with specific health benefit reported in other cheese products globally, but they are also present in churpi cheese product of the Sikkim Himalayan region, and they are dominant. They are dominant in all the season. Whenever you consume churpi cheese, these peptides will be present. So, and what the product technology which we developed using lactobacillus strain, Delbrueckii strain, WS4, we found that these 4 peptides which were dominant in all the season were also present in this particular product because this particular strain, Delbrueckii, was dominant in all the season. So this might be one of the reasons for production of these peptides, because again, at strain level, these cultures are important for production of these peptides. There are some peptides which will be produced by different starter culture, but specific peptides will be produced by specific strain of a lactic acid bacteria. So now the opportunity with these peptides is, like, there are peptides which are reported globally in fermented milk product or soybean product, but only if you do the peptidome of a fermented food which is rich in protein, there are more than 2,000 peptides. And out of these 2,000 peptides, 20 to 30 peptides are reported for functionality. So you have opportunity with more than 1,900 peptides to understand that what this peptide can do. And that's why we use different computational tools to predict the function of these peptides, synthesize this peptide, validate this activity of this peptide. And we reported some novel peptides from fermented soybean or fermented milk product actually. And see, these are this is a peptide synthesizer. We synthesize some unique peptides, and these are novel peptides not reported in any fermented food product globally. And they were having higher activity compared to some of the reported peptide in literature. Now, again, we are going for animal studies using SHR model, where we will be seeing the effect of these peptides in antihypertensive SHR rats actually. So these are, again, we've seen the activity of these peptides using GI digestion, that how it is increasing or decreasing, because peptide, the challenge is they are prone to GI digestion. So we wanted to see how stable are these peptides when they are subjected to GI digestion. And we found some of the peptides which are in shorter chain of amino acid, they are resistant to or escape the GI digestion. So these are the 2 technology which we developed. One is milk churpi enriched with bioactive peptide, and then there's soybean churpi, which is enriched with bioactive peptide. And we also studied the proteomics analysis of whey, where we again identified many peptides which were earlier not reported in both soya and as well as milk whey actually, which were used for production of churpi. Now, this is one thing, like when we did the analysis of fermented food metagenome, and also the metagenome after their consumption, salivary microbiome and gut microbiome. See, if food is consumed, and when it is fermented, there is transformation of one form to another form. Now the second form can get converted to the third form in the gut, because in gut also this food is fermented again, or there is biotransformation of metabolite. Now this one particular metabolite, didzine, which is dominant in soybean, gets converted to didzine during food fermentation. So this you can control. If you use a beta-glucosidase producing strain, this transformation can happen. But the second transformation of didzine to equal, it happens in some specific population, not happens in all actually. So you can get equal in specific population where they in the gut microbiome has these microbes which are capable of transforming didzine to equal. Like for example, among you, 30 to 40% will be able to transform the secondary transformation. Others may not, because it again depend on the strain and the enzyme producing ability of the strain which is there in the gut. And this equal is having more bioactivity, more half-life, and more active actually in terms of many health benefits like diabetes or it has been reported for many activities in last 5 or 10 years. So if you are able to develop a technology where we are able to do this transformation of didzine to equal through fermentation. So that's why sometimes sequential fermentation is very important nowadays. Now for this, actually what we did, we wanted to see how fermented food consumption, just 1 or 2 slides on how it is impacting the gut and salivary microbiome. When we did the effect of traditional fermented food consumption in how it is impacting the salivary and gut microbiome and also metabolome, we found that some of the strains get enriched in the gut as well as saliva when people consume this traditional fermented food for a longer time. Like there are some strains, like I was telling in last few slides, you have Lactococcus lactis, you have Enterococcus faecalis, Enterococcus durans. So these strains are all, we've also found these strains in the gut of the people who are consuming this food. But they are not present in the gut of the people who are not consuming this food. Now, there are two different properties actually. If Lactococcus lactis is increasing, it's a positive thing. But if a Enterococcus faecalis is increasing or Faecium is increasing, it is associated with vancomycin resistance. So it's a negative thing. So traditional fermented food will come with both positive as well as negative part. We have to select the positive part, have a controlled fermentation, and see how it can impact the gut or it can impact the functionality of a food which is consumed. The second was the metabolite. See, people have reported more on how fermented food impacts the gut microbiome and metabolome. But what we found, there are a lot of microbiome or metabolome changes which is happening in the saliva. And this is also very important. It can have different oral health impact or further impact. Actually, we need to see how the microbiome of the gut and saliva are related and how the metabolome is related. A detailed study is required, and how overall these two can help the health actually. So this is one of the products which we studied, like many of you will be knowing, it is consumed in Rajasthan, Haryana. It's a sequential fermented product where we saw that, okay, different districts have different microbiome and it impacts the metabolome of the product which is there. Like then this is actually the product, a fermented millet product, which is where milk is fermented and then millet is added. So different millet variety, when it is added after secondary fermentation, during the secondary fermentation, that again can impact the microbiome. And when it impacts the microbiome, definitely there is change in the metabolome. So again, impacts the final impact on health. So there is lot of standardization, lot of optimization need to be done to develop specific functional food, applying specific starter culture for fermentation. Here we studied, like in the metabolome, you get specific metabolome when you use in specific district or even a specific peptide in specific district. So there is again, it all depends on the microbe which is dominant in that particular area. So this is the microbial diversity when using different substrates. This particular slide. It's from a churpi of Ladakh actually. So when we collected churpi from different altitude of Ladakh, we found different altitude are rich in some specific unique peptides. And that again depend on the different specific strain of a bacteria which is dominant at that particular altitude. Like different altitude, there are some culture will not grow at an altitude of 4,000 meter. Some will grow more at 2,000 altitude meter. So that actually impacts the microbial diversity, and in turn that impact the production of specific peptide during fermentation. So this slide, if you see, we compared peptidome microbiome of fermented churpi of Sikkim and Ladakh, and now we are also doing from Arunachal. So even though they are so distant, there are some common peptides among these food. There are some common microbiome among these food, but there are many unique peptide as well, and that again depend on the specific microbiome. So microbiome at altitude level, district level, many season level, it can impact the food metabolite and it can overall impact the health. So these are some of the novel peptides which we reported in different food product, which is not reported globally in other foods. So with this, I would like to conclude with that specific strain of a bacteria like Lactobacillus delbrueckii 1, 2, 3 or Bacillus subtilis 1, 2, 3 can have different impact on the production of bioactive peptides or different metabolite during fermentation. So that is why there is need to select a proper strain, apply the strain for fermentation, characterize the molecule which is present, see the impact of that molecule in vitro animal, even human model, a human subject, and then you can say, okay, this particular food is having functionality and it can be taken as a functional food. So I would like to first acknowledge all these people. Like I have visited many families in different districts of Northeast India, now in Haryana, Rajasthan, and they have welcomed our group very kindly and shown when we documented the whole process of food fermentation. Like whatever I have shown, data I have shown, my journey starts with them actually. So I understand the traditional knowledge first and then go for detailed study from understanding microbiome, metabolome, and then development of process for functionality and validating using different models. So first of all, I'm thankful to them, then thankful to different funding agencies, my past institutes, my group. Dr. Sudhir is here, my very close collaborator. Actually, most of the work which we do in partnership, where his specialization also complement my specialization. Definitely Professor Andrew Hemmings and Professor Arjun Nabad in Quadram Institute of Bioscience, where we are studying the effect of these food using artificial gut model, where we see how food transformation is happening in individual subject using batch model, column model. So I hope in next few years, we'll be able to give a more detailed insights on the biotransformation which is happening after food fermentation and how it can impact the health. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Rai. Very nice presentation, and thank you. Now I will welcome our second speaker, Dr. Karima Sint. Dr. Karima Sint is a professor in nutrition and dietetics, and she at the present dean in the School of Allied Health Science at Sharda University. She is an academic leader with over 2 decades
Professor Karan, Dr. Karuna is not able to join the session. I think we can proceed with the next speaker.
Okay, so okay, no problem. So I will now welcome Dr. Ana Sanchez Silva. Ana Sanchez is a professor at the Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Coimbra, Portugal. She is specialized in food science, safety and nutrition, and her research focuses on the development of innovative packaging technologies such as active and edible packaging and the study of packaging migration into food. She has a strong interest in analytical methodologies, particularly mass spectrometry for detecting bioactive components, food contaminants like pesticides, for instance, and packaging migrants. With over 300 publications and 17,000 citations, she has an impressive academic record, and she is internationally recognized for advancing strategy to improve food safety, quality, and nutrition. And now she will give a talk, and the topic is industrial fruits byproducts from bioactive richness to potential sources of concern. So please, Dr. Silva.
Thank you so much, Dr. Corinne, for your introduction. And I also would like to thank this kind invitation to participate in this conference. I would like very much to be in person. Unfortunately, this year was not possible. I hope in one of the next editions of this conference, I will be able to go to the beautiful country of India. So first, I will share my presentation. Okay, I hope you are able to see now the presentation. Okay, are you able to see? Okay. So first of all, I would like to present you my hometown. Coimbra is in the center of Portugal, okay? And we have a very old university with more than 700 years old. In fact, it is the oldest university in Portugal, and it is also UNESCO World Heritage. So we receive a lot of foreign students, also a lot of tourists. And this is the Faculty of Pharmacy, where I work, where I have my lab, okay, and where we have our facilities, analytical facilities. Okay, so first of all, we know that there are many trends in the food area. I have just resumed some of the main in this slide. So we have the active biopackaging, also the functional foods, also the lab-grown meat, also the food insects. Here in Europe, it's not a tradition to include insects in our diet, but now we are having in the supermarkets many options based on insects. Also, we have the 3D food printing, also the clean label food, because every day there are more consumers worried about food additives, and they really want to consume foods where the list of ingredients it's very simple, where they can understand all the ingredients and that are minimally processed. And of course, it is another trend, the sustainability applied to food science. So in this frame, we have been participating in an European project of the Prima Coal, okay? And the idea and the main aim of this project was to valorize foods in order that we could extract from food byproducts, industrial food byproducts, valuable compounds that we could further use to develop functional foods or active food packaging. Okay, so besides Portugal, also we had partners from Spain, France, Italy, and Tunisia. So these were the food byproducts that we have selected. In fact, each partner selected a food byproduct that it was interesting according their own economy, okay? So Portugal selected citrus peels. Grape seeds were selected by the French partner. Cherry pits were selected by the Italian partner. Also, artichoke byproducts were also selected from the Italian partner, and then date pits were selected from the Tunisian partner. So, first, regarding the active packaging, maybe some of you are not very familiar with this term, but this is a kind of packaging where the food can positively interact with the package, with the packaging. So in fact, the packaging could release compounds to the food, or it can also absorb compounds from the food directly or from the headspace, the inner headspace of the packaging. So in this particular case, we were trying also in this project to develop releasing active packaging, okay? And the idea was to increase even more the food shelf life, okay? So we know that there are many factors that can influence the effectiveness of this releasing active packaging. One of them, it is the activity of the extract that we are going to include in the polymer. Also, the type of polymer that we select is also very important because some of them, they can release the extract more easily and others, they can retain the biomolecules. Then, of course, also the percentage of the extract that we incorporate is also very important, as well as the packaged food, okay? Of course, another important factor, it is the time and the temperature of storage, because generally higher temperatures also increase the migration of compounds from the packaging to the packaged food. Okay, so we started to evaluate the properties, the antioxidant properties of the industrial byproducts that we have selected for our project, okay? So besides the more current spectrophotometric methods to evaluate the antioxidant capacity, we also developed UHPLC TOF-MS method to determine more than 50 phenolic compounds, okay? So we have developed it and then also validated this method, and we were able to compare the different industrial byproducts. We found out that date seeds were very rich in epicatkin, catkin, also vanillic acid, syringic acid, even isoquercetin and caffeic acid, while citrus were very rich in eriocitrin and eriodictyol, while the cherry seeds, they were also very rich in rutin and epicatkin. So we know that there are many factors that affect the antioxidant capacity of these extracts. Of course, the cultivar of a certain species, it's also very important because of that we decided for cherry seeds and also for date pits to evaluate also different cultivars, okay? Also the edapho-climatic conditions, that's why samples from different years can also present different antioxidant capacity. Also, when we are talking about fruits, in the maturation state, it's also very important. Also the part of the plant that we decide to use, and of course, if we use some processing, and if this processing method involves the use of high temperatures, this can also contribute a lot to influence the final results, okay? It is also important to evaluate the stability of the extracts and to know which is the right temperature to storage the extracts in order to have a higher or longer shelf life, and we can ensure the properties of these extracts for a longer period. Of course, when we are at the lab, we shall study which is the most favorable extraction method. So we decided also to evaluate different extraction methods, but at the end we wanted an extract that was very concentrated in phenolic compounds. So we tested different solvents, but at the end we selected the ethanol as our favorite one because it was easier also to evaporate, okay? And then we evaluated the antioxidant properties of the industrial byproducts using different methods, namely the DPPH and ABTS radicals methods. So besides this, we also decided to evaluate the safety of these extracts obtained from industrial fruits byproducts. That's not a very common approach. Most of them, the projects related with the valorization of food byproducts, they generally study the biological activities, but we decided to evaluate if the extracts, first, if the byproducts could be contaminated with mycotoxins or with pesticides residues. Regarding the mycotoxins, we also developed a method to evaluate aflatoxins, fumonizins, ochratoxin A, zearalenone, and toxin T2. So it was also a UHPLC TOF-MES method that allowed it to determine all these molecules at the same time. And we checked that just one sample of one of the three samples of date seeds of the Alig variety presented a very small amount of ochratoxin A, which was lower than the limit of quantification, which was 1.5 micrograms per gram. So none of the other mycotoxins tested positive. So we feel that regarding mycotoxins, these particular samples, they were not a concern. So then we decided to evaluate the pesticides residues. For this, we used a Quetcher's method. This is a method that was it's commonly used to determine pesticides in food. So the acronym Quetcher's means quick, easy, cheap, effective, rugged, and safe. At the end, it summarizes all the advantages of this method, okay? So in this method, we use salts in the first part of the method. We weight 10 grams of sample, okay? And we use acetonitrile as solvent, and when we use a mixture of salts, okay? Namely the magnesium sulfate, also the sodium chloride, the sodium citrate, and the disodium hydrogen citrate sesquhydrate. So then we have a second part where we do a cleanup of the extract, and we also use a mixer of magnesium sulfate and the primary, secondary amine as a absorbent, okay? So at the end, we were able to eliminate many interference. And the detection was carried out with an HPLC MES, okay? So in this slide, we have just summarized all the pesticides residues that we were able to quantify in our samples. So we were quite impressed because we were not at the beginning, we were not expecting to determine so many pesticides. Especially, we found out most of them in cherry seeds, okay? And we were worried because these were the results in the industrial byproducts. So when we prepare the extract, we are concentrating the bioactive compounds, and we saw that we could probably also concentrate the contaminants. The thing was that to analyze the extracts with the same method, with the same extraction method, we would require 10 grams of sample. So this is a big quantity of sample when we are dealing with the extracts, because generally we prepare the extracts at the lab, in a lab scale. So to prepare to have 10 grams of extract, we need to repeat the extraction process several times. So we decided to miniaturize this method, okay, to do a micro-quetchers method, and we decided to select two model pesticides to optimize this miniaturized quetchers extraction. So we selected acetamiprid and methoxyphenozide. Okay, acetamiprid is a neonicotinoid insecticide, and it acts at the nicotinic acetylcholine receptor agonist. So it causes the paralysis and also the death of the insects. While the methoxyphenozide, it belongs to the chemical class of diacyl hydrazines, and it has a different way of action because it is a ecdysone receptor agonist. So at the end, it disrupts the molting of the insects, so it causes them death in immature insects stages. So we selected these two, and then we decided to test different amount of sample, 1 gram, 500 milligrams, and 100 milligrams of sample. And also we tested different amounts of the quetchers salts and of the cleanup salts. And we found out that the best results were when we were using just 100 milligrams of sample and 400 milligrams of the quetcher salts and 105 milligrams of the cleanup salts. So at the end, we were able to reduce the sample size from 10 grams to 100 milligrams. It means 100 times. So this was clearly a very good result for us. Then we were able to validate according to Santé 11312, which is like the guidelines that we use in the European Union to validate method to determine pesticides residues. So we were able to validate more than 100 compounds. And then we applied this new method to our samples. We were able to quantify 3 fungicides in the citrus samples, but all of them, they were above the maximum recommended level according to the legislation in force in the European Union regarding the maximum permitted for pesticides residues. Then regarding the sweet cherry pits, we analyzed 3 different cultivars, and one of them, Cambo Corso, presented the 3 pesticides above the MRL. Also, the variety Imperial showed an amount of about 30 times higher dimethoate. So this was also a concern for us. Regarding the date pits, these were the samples that presented lower amounts of pesticides, and so this was also not a concern for us. And finally, regarding the grape seeds, we also were able to determine when to quantify one insecticide, indoxacarb, and also several fungicides, and 2 of them, they were higher than the MRL. one of them was about 5 times higher, the tetraconazole. So, but at the end, we could find out that when we were preparing the extracts, most of the pesticides residues were reduced, with one exception, tebuconazole that increased 15%, but all of them were reduced, especially in sweet cherry pits. The reduction was higher than for grape seeds. So the reduction for some of the pesticides was almost full. It was around 98%. So we know that when we are miniaturizing a method, we have many challenges. Of course, that when we are analyzing pesticides, we have a very big number of analytes to monitor, and also the levels of detection are should be very low. Also, we shall also study all the steps of the extraction in order to know exactly which parameters we shall optimize in order to assure the best performance of the method. Of course, that when we also analyze food, we have very complex samples, and it is also very important when we are dealing with equipments that have mass detectors. It is very important to evaluate the matrix effect, okay? And also we have all the challenges related with the regulatory acceptance of these methods, and also the cross-laboratory reproducibility. It's still harder to achieve with these new miniaturized methods. So at the end, I would like to thank all my colleagues that have been participating in this project, in these studies. Also to acknowledge the project, the ValiSet project. And also I will just leave here the details of the paper that we have published with this study, if you are interested in read the food paper, okay? And I would like very much to thank you your attention, and I will be very pleased to answer to your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Silva. Dr. Silva, do you have time to wait for the end of the session for question? It is okay for you?
Yeah, I have a lecture in about 35 minutes.
So I think it's okay. Or you prefer to have the question now, maybe?
I would prefer now, and then I will leave until, yeah, if possible.
Okay, so this discussion is open for question for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, there any question in the room?
I can stay a little bit more, and then when it's time to go, I will go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. There's no questions now.
Okay, so we will move for the next talk, and after we will have some question for sure. Now we move to the next speaker, Ganesh Baglar from Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology from Delhi. Mr. Baglar is a professor at the IIT Delhi, at also Infosys Center for Artificial Intelligence, and founder of Foodscope. Dr. Baglar is a pioneer in computational gastronomy, blending physics, computer science, and food science. His lab develops data repositories, algorithms, and applications that integrate food, flavors, nutrition, health, and sustainability. His research aims to make food computable, opening new frontiers for artificial intelligence, driving insights into food, design and health. Professor Bagler aims to transform the global food landscape by making food computable. Today, we'll talk about computational gastronomy, blending food with artificial intelligence. So please, Professor Bagler.
Thank you, Professor Corinne, for the kind introduction. And mine is the last talk in the session, if I'm not wrong. And therefore, with the permission of the chair, I'm going to take an hour to talk. Sorry, that was a joke. I actually meant to speak only for 10 to 15 minutes. So what I intend to do is to tell you a narrative, tell you a story of computational gastronomy in the next 10 to 15 minutes maximum. And of course, the idea here is to convey you the excitement of using data science, artificial intelligence in the context of food and nutrition. So I'll be talking to you about how blending food and nutrition with artificial intelligence has created a new paradigm called computational gastronomy in the last 10 years. So at the outset, I would like to thank Amity Institute of Food Technology and specifically Professor Monica Thakur for having me here at this occasion. So let me get started. I am Ganesh Bagler. I am from IIIT Delhi, Indraprasth Institute of Information Technology. I'm affiliated to the Infosys Center for Artificial Intelligence as well as the Center of Excellence in Healthcare, where we are working in this area. And the beginning, most of the times I need to convey the fact that I am an outlier in this audience. I am not from food science background, and my training was in physics, computer science, and then in computational biology. It's only serendipitously that for the last 10 years, I have been working in the space of food, cooking, and using data science and artificial intelligence for understanding these topics. In fact, as a teenager, I always aspired to be an astronomer. So this is my journey from astronomy to gastronomy, pun intended. To begin with, you might be wondering, why is it that unlike most other speakers that have talked about the genuine food, real food, I am talking about food in a data-driven fashion. Why to convert something which is so human, something which is so subjective and qualitative into a data-driven approach? If you are wondering about that, then let me convince you that food is something which is so close to our heart. Cooking is so central to our existence as a Homo sapien, human beings. It is important for us to look at it little more deeper, especially in this age of 21st century, where artificial intelligence as a paradigm is overtaking everything in our life. Is there anyone in the audience who has not used AI, not used ChatGPT? I'm very sure that all of you would have used one or the other aspects of AI. So let me take you in that direction where food, which is basically blending ingredients and applying heat and other cooking techniques on it to create a delicious recipe, has become a data-driven endeavor. In fact, it has been argued that cooking is the very essence of being human. Other than languages, which are rather critical for our identity, it seems that the way we cook, the special ways we cook, makes us so unique to us that is why we identify ourselves with being an Indian or a French or maybe Portuguese or any other cuisine for that matter. And other than the fact that the identity of Homo sapiens is very closely tied up with the way we cook, the other reason why we need to look at food and cooking through the lens of data is because of the lifestyle disorders that the food or the diet tends to cause. Among other factors, the diet is one of the most key factor which is responsible for our lifestyle disorders, such as cardiovascular disorders, diabetes, and obesity. And lastly, one of the reasons, all of you who are in the audience, who are the Gen Zs maybe, we need to think about food deeply, especially is because of sustainability. Because by 2050, we are going to have a population of 10 billion. How do we feed this population of 10 billion sustainably is important. And if you think we are able to do it without using modern technology, data science, artificial intelligence, in addition to the food science and conventional food science and technology approaches, then we will be fooling ourselves. And this is where my approach of computational gastronomy, where we are trying to blend food and cooking with data and computing, comes into play. And if you are thinking that this is something absolutely unique, then it is not, given the fact that other aspects of our life, such as travel, Google Maps we use, and that has been transformed with the introduction of data and computing. And in an exact similar manner, right from the way we order things, such as e-commerce, Amazon, for example, or order food or travel has been changed dramatically with the help of computational approaches. So the question that audiences, those of you are youngsters who are studying food and science technology, you should be asking is that why not look at food using approaches from data science? And the moment you try doing that, turns out that food is very complex. Food and cooking are very complex endeavors, and they have a variety of facets associated with them. Right from the way we cook, the recipes that we use for cooking our daily dishes, to the kind of flavor molecules that they tend to have because of which we experience the taste and odor, to the nutritional value, health associations, and of course the carbon footprint, which some of the speakers might have already touched upon or will be talking about it tomorrow. Remember that our endeavor, while it is so challenging, at the same time it is also very impressive to do, which is that of creating a data-driven platform for food and cooking. None of this can be done in the absence of data. Unless you have data of coordinates, you can't have Google Maps. Unless you have data of all the products, you can't have Amazon. In exactly similar manner, if you want to convert food and cooking into a computational gastronomy paradigm, then you need the data. That's what we realized roughly 10 years back. And we started collecting these databases, structured, annotated collation of data on various facets of food and cooking, which included Recipe DB, which has, when we collected for the first time, had 118,000 recipes, approximately from 74 countries across the globe. Similarly, we had the Flavor DB, one of the most extensive resource of flavor molecules reported from ingredients in the food cooking that we use for, as well as health associations and carbon footprints, such as DietRx and Sustainable Food DB. All of this we have built meticulously over the last 10 years of our work. And in addition to building databases, we are of course in the middle of building algorithms and applications. And I'll be telling you of some of the applications. While I do that, I must also convince you that computational gastronomy, I'm sure none of you have heard about until now. And it is a new paradigm. And my lab is considered to be the ground zero of computational gastronomy, because anything and everything that has been happening for the last 10 years in this space until its recognition, global recognition as a new domain, has been happening from my lab so far. And the mission of making food computable, every aspect of the food should be computable, is what we are trying to achieve. And that's what is the mission, what we have been working on. Now, let me come to one of the interesting applications. You might be wondering, what has this got to do with AI? How is AI coming into the picture? AI, of course, has been there in e-commerce, right from Netflix to Amazon to other places, including right from logging into your MacBook to tagging on Facebook. Everywhere AI comes into the picture. But then the reason why I should be invoking the use of AI in food and cooking is because use of AI or data-driven approaches has been changing our life immensely. For example, 1998, had you asked, can a computer beat Garry Kasparov, who was the then world champion? The flat answer for that question would have been absolute no. But in 1998, indeed, IBM Deep Blue ended up beating Garry Kasparov in a game of chess. And exactly in the same manner, until 2017, it took us some time to reach to a place where AlphaGo, Google AlphaGo, could actually beat a Go champion in the game of Go, which is a configuration game. Then you might be saying that, look, something like chess and Go are simple board games, and it is all you need is good memory, and computers are good at keeping memory. But then when it comes to other intelligent faculties of human beings, such as poetry, painting, music, how can a computer catch up with that? But I'm sure some of you have already come across tools where poetry can be written, prose can be written, paintings can be made, and music can be also generated with the help of AI tools. It's happening in a big way, and all of us are witnessing it right in the middle of it. Now, cooking is far, far more complex than any one of these faculties, incidentally. Reason being, cooking involves not only visual abilities, sensory mechanisms, but also olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and not to mention some part of it auditory. So all of these sensory mechanisms, when it is intertwined, when it in the form of cooking, how is it that we can bring AI in cooking is the big question. And now this is where I tend to ask this question about how many recipes are there across the globe. Of 1 million, the global recipes that we have compiled, the actual number of recipes that can be made by putting together ingredients in a creative fashion is of the order of 10 to the power 30, which is more than the estimated number of stars that are there in the whole universe. So it's a salivatingly large number of recipes that we can make with the help of data-driven approach is my proposal. Now, when I say that, you might be wondering that how is it possible for you to put together ingredients and cooking protocols in a combinatorial fashion and create a palatable and tasty recipe? Now, this is where the fun part comes in. A chef is an intelligent human being who has been trained and has got a lot of experience such that he or she is able to create a recipe and make it work in terms of palatability and taste. Now, this is where, can a computer think like a chef is a big question that we are asking. And by the way, this is not the first time that this question has been asked in this manner. A similar question was asked by none other than Alan Turing, 1955. I don't know whether you heard about him, Alan Turing. You know, there is a beautiful movie made on his life. You should see that. And can a computer think was the question that he asked. We extended this question to ask, can a computer think like a chef? And this is where our algorithm comes into the picture. It's called Ratatouille. I don't know how many of you have seen this movie, Ratatouille, animation movie, in which the motto is that anybody can cook. Anybody can capture the intuition that is required behind cooking. Now, the movie was talking about human beings, but also was referring to a rat called Remy, who was trying to learn cooking by coming into the human creative world of cooking. Now, we have named our algorithm Ratatouille because we believe that, like rat Remy, a machine can possibly understand the complexities that are involved, the subtleties that are involved in the act of cooking, and thereby coming up with new recipes altogether. So here is a place available where you can log in, give your ingredients, and come up with a new recipe altogether. All right. But as you can imagine, the proof when it comes to cooking is in the pudding. You need to actually cook it in the kitchen to be able to validate it. We are in the middle of doing that. And for example, this was a protocol that was used for creating new recipes. We started with scattered knowledge of culinary knowledge available in the form of recipes from across the globe. We structured it. We extracted relevant information out of it. The name of the ingredient, quantity, unit, pre-processing, cooking action, and time, temperature, everything we have extracted it and fed it into a machine learning model, a large language model rather. And we are able to generate recipes out of them, which of course we are trying to validate them. And before we cook in the kitchen, which we have done partially, we are also trying to do it with the help of a test. It's called the Turing test for chef. The idea here is that if a chef is presented with a real recipe or a fake recipe, fake is AI generated recipe, and if the chef is not able to distinguish between the two, or if he or she is able to, we are able to fool them into thinking that a computer generated recipe is almost real, then we have passed the test. So this is the idea behind it. And the first model that we have created for this purpose has success rate of 70%, which means that 70% of the times we are able to fool a chef into thinking that AI generated recipe is genuine. All right. And of course, you can imagine the kind of possibilities that it opens up. If AI can generate new recipes, like you can do it with the help of ChatGPT also, except that we believe that our algorithms are far more sophisticated and domain-driven compared to what a generic ChatGPT-based algorithm can, or even a Gemini-based algorithm can give you. So if we can generate recipes, what as a food technologist you would like to do? You would like to generate a recipe which is having desirable ingredients, those which are not having certain ingredients that you are allergic to or that you don't like. Or you would like to generate recipes of a certain cuisine, Brazilian, Mexican, Portuguese, French, Middle Eastern, whatever you would like to wish to do that. Or you would like to create a recipe which are having desirable calories, which can be made within a certain cost or has a certain minimized carbon footprint. All of these are future directions where we are working towards. And I believe the use of AI and data-driven approach can take us in that fantastic, fancy world of AI-generated recipes. And of course, we can create recipes which are targeted towards lifestyle disorders, allergies, and let us not forget micronutrient deficiencies, such as iron, B12, and other micronutrients. I believe that this is taking us towards a world where personalized nutrition is an immense possibility, where when you and I both have diabetes, type 2 diabetes, we would not be recommended to eat the same thing or avoid the same thing. If I have diabetes, what I should be consuming based on my gut microbiome or the kind of food that I'm liking, etc., would be very different from what you should be consuming. And that's what it's possibly is going to happen. Here is an app that we have created, which is one of the possible directions, which is what the FSSI CEO was mentioning a while ago. It's called What Dish, wherein we basically open the app and put it on the food platter, and it is able to recognize among the 100 most popularly consumed Indian dishes. And I believe that if you ask this question, whether AI will replace a chef any day, then I believe that AI will never replace a chef, but a chef using AI will be replacing a chef not using AI. So it's an enabler and not a replacement of a human intuition. Lastly, I will quickly run through about how machine learning and deep learning and data-driven approaches can help us creating molecules, which is what the food and food technology and beverages industry, for example, would like to use. Molecules which are having desirable value of sweetness, sourness, bitterness, umami value, whether it is having allergenicity or not, toxicity or not. These are the kind of models that we have built in the lab. That's a taste part of it. And the health part of it is about knowing how a food interacts with body, giving rise to health implications. We have compiled it as part of a database called SpiceRx. It's a database available, and these are all databases which are available for non-commercial explorations. And lastly, the DietRx, where we have created 90 years data about how food and human body interact, giving rise to health consequences, integrated with chemicals and genes information. And this information is all available here. Of course, I started as a person who, as a professor who started asking open-ended questions, blue sky questions, and reached becoming an entrepreneur, where all of these data we are making available through my startup called Foodoscope, available from foodoscope.com. And these data are available for anybody who would like to exploit it and create applications out of them, would like to create new tools out of them. I would like to close with this quote by none other than Brilla Savarin. I don't know how many of you have heard about Brilla Savarin. He wrote the book called The Physiology of Taste 200 years ago. It took us around 200 years to reach from where we were at the beginning of gastronomy to create a new area called computational gastronomy. And what he said at that time is still true, which is that the discovery of a new dish confers more happiness on humanity than the discovery of a new star. While by becoming an astronomer, I could not discover new stars, I hope to discover new dishes by becoming a gastronomer. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Professor Ganesh. Now all the talk are open to the discussion. Do you have any question in the room? I have one question for Professor Ray.
Dr. Amartya.
Please. Yes, please.
Yes, you talk about equal producer, and is there any advantages to be an equal producer or not?
It's mostly some of the lactic bacteria, actually, intestinal bacteria, which are able to produce equal from diet gene. Not yeast. It has been reported, but mostly bacteria has been reported for production of equal.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. I have a question for Professor Sanchez. I don't know if she's still online or not.
I think she has left.
I think she's left, ma'am.
Ah, okay. So I have a question for Professor Bagler. I knew Ratatouille, but I didn't know AI could be a chief. It's a very, very interesting idea. And I want to focus on your last part of your slide concerning the nutrition part. Do you think it is feasible to have to produce and to perform some AI to have food for personalized medicine, related to personalized medicine, related to disease, as you say?
Yes, I know for a fact that given ingredients and their nutritional value, it is possible to create personalized dietary recommendations with the help of AI. And this work has been already happening in various places, not only in my lab, where people are trying to read your body parameters, right, from simple parameters such as height, weight, gender, activity, to all the way up to gut microbiome and the kind of food you like or dislike, and thereby trying to give recommendations which are suited for your disease persona. So that's what they are trying to do. So it's already happening, and I'm very sure very soon AI will be in a place which will generate recipes which are targeted for you and me.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. There any question in the room? Because I don't see it.
Any other queries? Participants? No queries.
Okay.
Now,
thank you.
Thank you all the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Corinne, for the graciously chairing this technical session. Now, may I kindly invite Professor Dr. Renu Khedkar and Professor Dr. Monica Thakur to please come on the stage and felicitate our respected speakers. Please let us give them a big round of applause. First, we invite Dr. Amit Kumar Rai to kindly come forward to receive the memento. Now, please give them the big applause. Thank you for your insightful talk and valuable contribution to the conference, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now we Now may I request to please Dr. Lakhvinder Kaur, Dr. Sujata Pandit. Dr. Sujata Pandit.
So now we have to felicitate our judges for the oral presentations. Dr. Lakhvinder Kaur, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please. Please. Dr. Deepshika, Dr. Shraista. You know, Dr. Sujata, Deepshika, and no, 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 the Imam Dr. Deepshika, Dr. Shraista.
Now may I kindly invite Dr. Deepshika to please come on the stage and felicitate. Dr. Monica, please felicitate our respected judges. May I kindly invite Dr. Sehsa to please come on the judge stage as a judge for the oral presentations. Please give them a big round of applause.
No. We request all the participants to join us for the tea. It is being served at the back side of the F Block auditorium. So we request everyone to please join us for the tea. Yes, thank you. Now, we have completed technical session 1 and 2. So we'll join for the online technical session 3 at the Zoom platform. I think the link is being shared with everyone. We request all the participants to join online in the Zoom platform session, technical number 3. Thank you so much. Thank you for the day.
We also thank you, the participants, for the active participation. With this, we conclude technical session number 2. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Other sessions are going on in person or what's happening there?
I think there are some sessions which are like in person and some are online, I guess. Yeah.
So this is a special virtual session.
Yeah, this one, I think for the evening session, they have added this virtual for other people who can join virtually. I think for in the morning or the day, they have live like in-person sessions.
Okay. Because, I just got an email saying that they would like me to be on the panel. And that's from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening or something, which is actually midnight here,
Oh, yeah,
And,
yeah.
and if it's in person, how can you be there? Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we can start it, right? It's like, so.
Yeah, we need to have permission to upload share our screen.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, you can, of course, you're going to start the session, so.
Yeah, I will. So hello, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, because we are joining from different countries. And so this is the technical session 3, which is in online mode under the theme Current Trends in Food Science and Technology. And we have two distinguished eminent speakers today, Dr. Hosali Ramaswamy and Dr. Brajesh Tiwari. And we will like to have them, present their sessions, and then we will conclude with question and answers.
Sir, so sorry to interrupt. Let me
Yeah.
just introduce yourself to who have joined the participants.
Okay.
I am the
Yeah.
MC for this for this session. So just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be starting with the technical session 3 of AMIFOST 2026 on the theme 3 current trends in food science and technology. For this session, the session chair will be Dr. Tarun Belwal, Director, Research 7 Continents, Natural Products USA, along with the invited speakers. Let me introduce our session chair, Dr. Tarun Belwal. Sorry. With a great privilege, I invite our session chair, Dr. Tarun Belwal, Director Research, 7 Continents Natural Products USA, a food scientist and researcher with expertise in food processing, bioactive compounds, functional ingredients, and food for health. He currently serves as Director of Research at 7 Continents Natural Products LLC, USA. Dr. Belwal has published numerous peer-reviewed research articles in reputed international journals and has made significant contribution to research in food science, nutraceuticals, and natural product innovation. His work focuses on advancing food processing technologies, evaluating bioactive compounds, and developing novel approaches to enhance ingredients, functionality, and product quality. He is actively engaged in international research collaboration and scientific conferences. Dr. Belwell also serves as editor-in-chief of Phytochemicals in Food and Medicines, Ville, editor for Food Chemistry, Elsevier, and associate editor for Phytomedicine, Elsevier. Thank you, sir, for joining us today for this online session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for introducing me. And now we have our first speaker, Dr. Hoseli Ramaswamy. I have a privilege to introduce him. Dr. Hoseli Ramaswamy is a distinguished professor of food processing engineering in the Department of Food Science and Agricultural Chemistry at McGill University, Canada. He is widely recognized for his expertise in thermal processing, aseptic processing, and high-pressure processing technology used to improve food safety and quality. Dr. Ramaswamy has published extensively in the field of food engineering and processing technology and had made significant contribution to the development of modern food processing systems. In recognition of his outstanding work, he was elected Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, and he also got ICEF Lifetime Achievement Award as well as the Pride of Canada Award. So I welcome Dr. Ramaswamy and he is today presenting on a novel ultrasound steam technique for microbial surface inactivation. So welcome, Dr. Ramaswamy. You can start your presentation and share your slides here.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I don't know if I can share it. I'm not, I think I'll have to be authorized to share the screen.
Yeah, Dr. Sharma, you can.
So you can share your screen.
I'm clicking, okay, now I can see it.
So we can see your screen.
See my screen. You can see this?
Yes, sir. Your PPT is visible to us.
Okay, that's okay. So I'm going to expand this. Okay.
It's visible. Thank you, sir.
This sounds good. Okay. So hopefully people move when I say moving.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, at the outset, I'd like to thank you very much, Dr. Chair, Dr. Belwal, and also for coordinating Dr. Sharma, our co-speaker, Dr. Tiwari. And I'd like to also thank Dr. Monica Thakur for inviting me for making this presentation. It's a treat. I find it a privilege to do this. Some time back, I did once a larger webinar that was attended by more than 200 people. And I'm not sure how many are listening to this. But anyway, I'd like to use this opportunity to present before you a short topic because it's only a 20-minute presentation. Initially, I was planning to give an overview of the current trends, in technology, but then I thought 20 minutes, is not sufficient to elaborate on those things. So I picked up a specific topic which I'm currently researching on, which is pretty important, in terms of concept, based on ultrasound steam combination, treatment for microbial, surface inactivation. So that's what I'm going to do for the next 15 minutes or so. So this is the outline of my presentation. Initially, just give a brief outline about the surface contamination problems, some of the techniques that are available for decontaminating, food product surfaces, specifically focusing on the ultrasound and steam decontamination research. Present to you a few, broad highlighting results and provide some
conclusion. So as we all know, microbial contamination is a very serious problem. Most fruits, vegetables, meats, etc. are heavily contaminated with pathogenic and spoilage bacteria at the time of slaughter for meats, etc., and also in the field, after harvesting and continuing through transportation and handling for fruits and vegetables. Reduction in surface contamination is very essential from safety point of view, and we have known, several microbial outbreaks have been, resulting from these type of contaminations. So there are many methods that are practiced to decontaminate fruits and vegetables. Most of them are aimed at treating the surfaces only because we still need to keep the product intact and fresh, not cooked. So it's a very brief treatment on the surface and preserving the quality of the product, both color, texture, and other things, as they are in the original. So these are all kind of a minimal processing techniques. Many of them are based on chemical decontamination using sanitizing agents like chlorine, electrolyte water, plasma water, and sometimes other chemicals like CPC and others, which are commonly used, although not very much liked by many, because most people don't like chemical additives in adding to the food surfaces. There are many physical methods based on steam that are also widely tried for microbial decontamination of fruits and vegetables and also some meats. Some of them are listed here, like using vacuum to remove the entrapped air from the surfaces, and then using hot water at 82 degrees for decontaminating. Steam vacuum works the same way. Steam, you apply the steam and then you subject them to vacuum to remove the steam. Steam at 100 degrees, immersion in steam heated water at 90 degrees, and then immersion cooling in chlorinated water, which is kind of a combination of different things into one, for increasing the effectiveness. The VSV process is one of the latest one that's recommended by the USDA. In this particular case, there is first vacuum created in the chamber to remove the air from the system, and then introduce steam to surface heat, and then apply vacuum again to remove the steam. Okay, and hot water steam also are used in some other combination technique with lactic acid as an effective ingredient to enhance the effectiveness of the treatment. So, if you look at overall in terms of it's not moving. Okay. If you look at overall in terms of food processing applications, steam probably is one of the very, very widely used heating medium for all thermal processing applications. Steam is very efficient because it works on condensation mechanism. There are two types of condensation: drop-wise condensation and film-wise condensation. Both of them give extremely high rate of heat transfer at the surface coming from the condensation. Okay, it exceeds almost like 10,000 watts per meter square C in terms of the SI unit, but both of them are deteriorated in the presence of air. Okay, once you have air occluded, this drops down from 10,000 to almost like 1,000 or even less than 1,000 level. So significant reduction can happen in the presence of air. Okay, so this is pretty old data, but it shows how even presence of up to 1 to 5% of air entrapped along with the steam interferes with the condensation mechanism and reduces the heat transfer coefficient from something like 16,000 down to 2,700. So drastic reduction in the capability of heat transfer associated with the media, mostly happening because of the presence of air, which interferes with the surface condensation of the steam. Okay, once the condensation is delayed, obviously the heat transfer is going to be delayed. Okay, so this is one of the big problems. As one of them, of course, is the inclusion of air on the surface. Sometimes surface heating also brings the air from, like the entrapped air from within the fruits and vegetables that can also stay along the surface and can interfere with the heat transfer mechanism. So that's the problem. If it's a long time heating, it's not a big issue. But if we are looking at a short time heating just to heat the surface, then it could be a serious problem. Ultrasonic systems have been used in order to provide better heat transfer and mass transfer conditions. These are very, very widely used in labs for many different applications like mixing, humidification, cleaning, heat transfer, even cutting. Okay, so very, very widely used, but most of these things are applied mostly with liquid systems. Okay, so, if within the liquid systems, ultrasound applications really enhance the heating, enhance the vibration, acoustic streaming, and also nebulization. Okay, the progressive heating comes from the acoustic dissipation of the energy, and the cavitation, streaming, and other things basically moves the air bubbles away. Can move the interfering layer, away from the active surface, thereby providing better heat transfer. Most of the work associated with ultrasound has been mostly with liquids, okay, because liquids are very receptive for the application of ultrasound. Almost no or very limited work has been carried out on the use of ultrasound and steam, because steam is a very light medium and it doesn't respond well to absorbing the ultrasound energy. So most of it's concentrated for the liquid system. So in one of the studies which is patented, Sonos steam, they clearly show how ultrasound can help to remove the surface air layer, in order to enhance the heat transfer. On the top we have, on the top slide here, top frame basically shows the kind of a surface boundary layer sitting there, preventing air from contacting the surface and the microorganisms that may be sitting along the pores in the surface. Whereas in the bottom one, where you have the ultrasound combination, the surface barrier gets lifted up, and the steam can interact with the surface and also enter the pores in order to increase the efficiency of this system. Okay, so this has been commercialized by this company for treating chicken, poultry products, especially to reduce the Campylobacter contamination. It's FDA approved, although the whole treatment receives, it results in only maybe 1 to 1.5 log cycle reduction. It's still considered significant. If you can somehow deliver more, obviously it's better. But even at that level, safety is enhanced significantly. For that reason, FDA has approved this process for industrial applications. So we have a small setup. We wanted to use this for our work. We have a small setup, lab setup, where we have the ultrasound system here, which is a small LSP 500 lab scale ultrasound processor that has a generator and a transducer and a horn in order to provide the ultrasound environment inside a steam bath. Okay, this is the steam bath, just a steam chamber where we can let steam in from the bottom and it goes to the top. And then this is the generator system, and you see the transducer here, and inside you see the horn, coming into the product. Okay, so this is schematic. Basically, this is the transducer going and a horn extending into the box. It's a T box because it's a big box. This is a small ultrasound unit, so it cannot accommodate the full volume, of steam. So we have introduced a small, a T box where steam is allowed to go from inside, and then the ultrasound horn use the steam environment inside this small chamber. Okay, and you can have the basket product going in, and then it's subjected to both the ultrasound and steam, action the steam exists from the top. Okay, so in this method, basically, we took many vegetables, carrots, cauliflower, broccoli, etc. In terms of preparation, we soaked all these things into an inoculum, which gives a coat of the inoculum onto the surface, and then we surface dried it so that it adheres onto the surface, and then we treat it, under the different conditions in this particular chamber, and then we use the analysis. So this shows here how the system is. I think. I'm just wondering whether I'm sharing the right. Yeah, it's okay. It's too late to change now. Okay, so this basically shows a lot of data here. It's based on the E. coli K12 inactivation. And you have treatment times of 5 seconds, 15 seconds, and 30 seconds, with both steam and air combination, steam and air and steam and air sound. And again, we have this particular slide is associated with steam and air, and also steam and air sound. Okay, so in each case, you have one of them with just steam and air, and the other one is steam and air and sound. And you have the mean values for carrots, cauliflower, broccoli, and zucchini. The initial count, as you can see from the top column, is something in the 10 to the 8, per gram population, pretty high concentration. And then after 5 seconds of heating, very little change from 5.7 to 4. It's still in the same 10 to the 8. So obviously, it's not sufficient. But once you add its sound to it, it reduced by 1 decimal. Okay, so right away it shows the effect of a combination of sound. If you go to 15 seconds, yes, 15 seconds did reduce the level from 10 to the 8 to 10 to the 4 with sound, only 10 to the 7 without sound. So only 1 decimal reduction, with steam and air, and 4 decimal reduction when you add, the combination of ultrasound. Same thing after 30 seconds, and also you have similar results with cauliflower, broccoli, and zucchini. So I don't want to go through each of them, but in every case, you see when you compare the air itself with the sound, there's always a significant enhancement, like 10 to the 7 here, 10 to the 3. Okay, so like that with each case, there is this additional, enhancement, additional destruction achieved here. So that is with deliberate adding of air to the steam. Okay, so here the chamber is exhausted with steam. So most of the air is removed from the system. So it's kind of a more pure steam kind of environment. Still we have, again, same kind of combination, steam alone and steam and sound. Okay, so again, starting with 10 to the 8, okay, steam alone gives up, because it's pure steam now, not air in there. So it's even at 5 seconds, you can see there's an effect here from 10 to the 8 to 10 to the 5. It's I think it's changed here. Okay. I think I changed these numbers, but I forgot to change the order here. Okay, so the first one is usually with just the steam, and then the second one is steam and sound. Okay, so obviously you see the second one having a higher reduction. So I wanted to present steam alone first and steam and sound. So I changed these order here, but I forgot to change the caption on the left here. So in every case, again, you can see that, okay, when you have just pure steam, you can achieve from 10 to the 8 to 10 to the 2. That is almost like 6 log cycle reduction in the microbial population, which is very, very significant. As I showed you earlier, FDA approved it for just 1 to 1.5 log cycle reduction. Now we can see it can even go to almost like 5 to 6 log cycle reduction in the activity. Okay, so that's why the results are very, very significant. And also all these things are operated at atmospheric steam, which is much more sensible. If you have high pressure steam coming in the pilot in the food processing plants, that will bring a lot of steam into the chamber, and that's one of the biggest problems in this type of treatment. Atmospheric steam, easy to evacuate it. You can just put an exhaust fan to remove that steam from the chamber, so that way it's much more practical. Okay, so we can use the kinetic model. Most of the destruction takes place with first order kinetics, and you can see the same thing here. So the steam alone on the top line here. This is the plot of log reduction in temperature, the population versus time. So you can see the slope of this line basically indicates the effectiveness. The reciprocal slope generally gives you the D value, which is the decimal reduction time, or 90% destruction of the population. You can say 4.68 seconds for steam. It reduces to almost like 60%, 2.82 seconds with steam and salt. So you can clearly see the difference. And so we can quantify the effectiveness using the D value, and we can decide the processing time to achieve any level of destruction that you want to give it. For example, if you want to give 5 log cycle reduction, you probably will have to go for 15-second treatment with steam and sound, whereas you have to go for 25 seconds with steam. So obviously, when you go 25 seconds, you're going to heat the product also significantly. That can affect the surface properties of the product. So this again gives you a summary again for some vegetables like celery, green bean, beetroot, and radish. Again, you can see a big difference between the steam alone and steam and salt. Okay, so again, providing more data for the same justification. The question is, why is this difference between steam and steam plus sound? Okay, it's because the associated differences in the surface heat transfer coefficients are different. So we did some little bit of basic work just to demonstrate it is in fact enhancing the surface heat transfer coefficient. Normally in thermal processing, we generally plot the temperature difference versus time, to get a heat penetration curve, the slope of which is the heating rate. But we usually a reciprocal of this as a heating rate index. For example, this is the heating curve, this is the cooling curve. So F sub H is the common notation, which is the heating rate index for the product, and F sub C is the cooling rate index for the product, basically coming from logarithmic temperature difference versus time plot. So obviously, because this is a reciprocal, higher this number is, lower is the heating rate. Okay, so smaller the F sub H, higher is the heating rate. So also we can relate this to this another equation. Relate this equation to like a heating gas index to the heat transfer coefficient, which is part of from engineering notation, is part of Biot number, where you have HA by K. H is the heat transfer coefficient. So you can relate H to F sub H, or the heating rate index, through this equation in order to get the heat transfer coefficients associated with the medium. For these purposes, you have to use very high rapidly heating transducers. These are aluminum cylinders of different diameters and shapes, because we need something that heats up very quickly in order to do that. Okay, so that's why we have used these, and then you can see here this heating rate index F sub H for various heating media. This is hot water and sound. This is steam and sound, steam only, steam air and sound, steam and air, and hot water. You can see the significant increase in the F sub H value as we move along the different media. Okay, higher the F sub H, lower is the heat transfer coefficient. So you can see that the heat transfer is very effective, with hot water and sound and steam and sound, and least effective if you are using just hot water. Okay, so same thing. This is with one diameter. This is with another diameter. Exactly the same type of information. So basically, you can see the heating rate is influenced by the presence of air, and also the effect that can be increased by adding steam sound to the steam. Okay, so this is using this equation to calculate the heat transfer coefficient. So the data here is presented with respect to heat transfer coefficient for the same different heating medium. Again, now you see it's the effect is very high for hot water and steam because the H value is very high, gradually decreasing as we move along this. Okay, again, information with 1.9 diameter and 2.6 diameter cylinders. So this basically concludes that the heat transfer rate increase when the associated air content decreases or eliminated, and also it increases with the education that's added by the ultrasound environment. So providing justification for what we actually observe in terms of the microbial destruction. So just to conclude for this small presentation, the study demonstrates promising application of ultrasound steam technology for surface microbial decontamination of, we tried almost like 10 different vegetables with every case, the same type of conclusion. Basic work on heat transfer also demonstrates the influence of air on the associated heat transfer. The study also demonstrates the efficiency of ultrasound for enhancing the heat transfer and also increasing the turbulence of the medium. That's one of the reasons why this is happening. Although nobody really tried to work with steam and sound combination, because most of the ultrasound work has been associated with liquids. And now we can show that even with steam, it provides, effective, mechanism for enhancing the rate of heat transfer, reducing the, treatment times, allowing for improved product quality. So I'd like to acknowledge my students and, postdoctoral, and also the granting agency, NSERC and MAPAC for providing funds for this one. Okay, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. These are some of the books that I have written in different areas of food processing. Thank you very much for your attention, Mr. Chair. If there are any
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Professor Ramaswamy. It's been a great, listening to you regarding how this team and ultrasound work together, especially for fruits and vegetable, and also you showed some patented technique for meat product, I guess, right? So we can take some questions now, and then we can move forward to the next speaker, I guess. So let me know if you have. I have some. I got some questions. So after, if anyone has any question, they can ask directly, or I can move forward. Okay, so I got some questions in the chat box, and the one like 4 questions I have. The first one is like, is there any physical changes in these products once they get treated by sono plus steam? Because physical is once consumer need to take this, the physical property is at most important for that. So the question is on that.
Yeah, exactly. Very good question. Of course, the purpose is to preserve the quality, in addition to decontaminating. Yes, the second part of all the whole study, it works with quality determination. We have vitamin, color, texture, and other physical properties. And they are affected, but not affected to a great extent in order to, in terms of, preventing consumer, appeal. So they still look good. And they can easily be, used as salad vegetables. They can be taken to freezing, for example, or refrigeration to provide, extended use for these commodities. Of course, if you want to go, for longer term, benefits, you have to go for sterilization, which is not the main purpose in here. Okay, so mostly it's for treating and then refrigeration, or at the most putting them into a freezer, so that it can be available for extended periods of time. So we have done some storage studies also. It can stay well for up to 6 weeks at refrigerated conditions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And the next question is there, have you seen any effect on the shelf life of the product once it is get treated by steam plus sono?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. We did study the refrigerated storage for shelf life. We tested that every week for up to 6 weeks. And it keeps well, both microbiologically and also quality-wise for up to 6 weeks at 2 to 4 degrees centigrade storage.
Okay.
It's not for room temperature. You cannot use it at room temperature anymore because the surface cells are disturbed. So all the other activities, enzyme and other things are going to be enhanced. So you have to reduce the temperature. You have to use refrigerated storage. Yes. Within that, it's not a shelf stable, but it's a storage life under refrigerated condition. You can go up to 6 weeks.
Okay. There is one interesting question which says like, do we have any, ready to use kind of equipment which use this steam plus sono for home use, ready to, if we have some kind of vegetable, we just, pour into this and then eat it like that. I mean, after treatment. Is there any available equipment which includes sono?
As I said, this company makes that equipment, but it's very high pressure. It's It
It's
treats the
commercial
product
grade.
at 135 degrees, super high pressure. And yeah, it's a proprietary system that's intended mostly for the poultry industry because they want to use this. I showed you a picture also for the poultry birds going through.
Yeah.
They go at about 10,000 birds per hour, on a conveyor, goes through the steam chamber, and then, so commercially it's available for that work. But as I said, this work limits itself to just about 1 to 1.5 log cycle reduction of Campylobacter. But some poultry industries do use, but others have serious concerns because of the very high pressure, flooding the whole processing plant, because most of the meat processed under cold conditions, refrigerated condition, allowing steam into the hull is not the ideal situation. So, it's a limited use, yeah. But the system that we are looking at it, we are now doing some scale up of work. It's all custom fabricated, okay? So it's not a commercial equipment that's not there yet, but, any engineer can easily design using this, a larger scale, equipment for pilot scale, yeah.
And the last question is, what is the limitation of this techniques in terms of the type of product we can treat? For example, the berries, and is it like the strawberries can be treated by this or not like that?
We haven't tried too much of fruits yet, okay, but fruits are more delicate than vegetables, and we're mostly focusing on salad type of vegetables. So it works very well for vegetables, no problem at all. And for fruit slices, like it's not whole fruits, but prepared fruits, we have tried a pulse light system, which is probably better than the steam, because eventually we're going to be freezing or refrigerating those products. So less thermal treatment is probably better for the quality wise, because more delicate for the quality. But probably it can be done. If it's going to be frozen afterwards, maybe it can be used.
Yeah.
And in terms of application, one has to be careful also. Like, what I did is set a batch wise. Obviously, this cannot work in industry. You have to have a kind of a tunnel through which the product goes through. And you have in the central area where you have the steam and sound application. So it moves. And then when once your other comes to the other side, the steam is evacuated.
Flow.
Yeah. And a cold jet of air is used for cooling and goes into the bracket. Yeah, it's possible. It's very, 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 very feasible for commercial application.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ramaswamy, for your enlightenment on this topic and also addressing the questions. Thank you very much for this
Thank
session.
you. Yeah. Thank you all for the attention. And I need to move because I have a class, I have a lecture at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because this is morning time here now, so I need to attend my lecture. So I'll probably don't stay here. Yeah, I think I have addressed the questions. So I'd like to apologize for not being there for the whole session. Especially I would like to apologize Dr. Tiwari. Unfortunately, I had to miss his talk. I need 15 minutes to run to my classroom, and hopefully, it will be okay. Thank you very much. And, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Bye bye. I'll stay for a few minutes if for Dr. Tiwari. Yeah.
So we have now, we will move to our the next presenter, which is Dr. Brijesh Tiwari. I would like to introduce Dr. Brijesh Tiwari. Professor Brijesh Tiwari is a Principal Research Officer at TGAS and Adjunct Professor at University College Dublin, School of Biosystems and Food Engineering. Professor Tiwari has an internationally recognized reputation for food engineering research, and he has published over 400 high-impact peer-reviewed journals and lead a team of more than 25 researchers, including postdoc researchers and PhD students in the area of sustainable food processing and preservation technologies. And he is also serving as editor-in-chief of Journal of Food Process Engineering, editor LWT, and also he is a fellow of IFST, RSC, AFSTI, and AMIFOST. So I welcome Dr. Brijesh Tiwari for his topic on advanced processing technologies for sustainable valorization of side streams into high-value bio-based ingredients. So over to you, Dr. Tiwari.
Thank you, Dr. Darun, for the nice introduction. And I'll be conscious of time as well. So I'm just keeping with the theme of current trends in food processing. So without wasting any further time, I'll go directly onto the topic. So some of those examples I've removed it just given the time constraint. So if you'll see the current outline here is what's the relevance, why we are talking about what are current trends, what are innovative approaches, giving one or two case studies, and then challenges in adopting those technologies. So before we go into the main aspect of innovative approaches, it is very vital for us to understand what a food system is. And historically, food system was straightforward. We produce something, we grow agronomy, we produce it, we harvest it, we have processing, distribute, and to the consumer. So this was very straightforward line, simple linear food chain model from farm to table, and number of different processing. And Professor Osalali Ramaswamy clearly outlined the new technologies, how we can decontaminate by removing the chemicals. So this is simple line, but it becomes quite complicated when we look into our subsystems. Biological system about the biology of the plant on a crop, how we grow, economic system, that is distribution systems. Political is again different regulations, trade barriers, trade associated with the social system related to how ethnic food and different technologies and approaches or health system. So the whole food system becomes very, very complicated. So when we do talk about the technologies for sustainable food processing, it can be easily said, oh, PEF is more sustainable compared to thermal processing, or ultrasound is more sustainable than thermal processing. But that's not the reality unless until we understand what really a food system is. So if we look into the whole of the system into different aspect of it, whether it's a biological system, what all it includes, then you have economic system, political system, and health system, and a social related demand and supply, availability, affordability, all those aspects. So if we take everything together, I would define what we consider as a sustainable system or what will be an unsustainable system. For most is high resource consumption compared to we use renewable biomass, dependency on chemicals compared to alternative green chemical. Classical example was the previous presentation about having a steam with ultrasonics rather than using alternative to chlorine or other chemicals. Then you have greenhouse gas emissions, all the technologies, whatever we do use, there is a gas emission, how we can have a technologies or process which emits zero emission. Food waste, here we approach for zero waste, or it going for supply chain or social inequality or equality. So these are the broader line of understanding what will be the sustainable food system or what can be considered as unsustainable food system. So I'll try to pick certain points and try to address different innovative approaches, how we can address these. So moot question here is how we balance 3 E's, that is environment, economy, and ecosystem. So if you take whole of the food system, whether it's core systems, again, production, processing, distribution, and consumption, that's the core system influenced by societal challenges, by natural element, that's environment, as well as processing challenges. So how we can address, balance all these three with current demand for the food, current nutritious demand. So if you classify all the challenges, it can be 3 different steps. One, we have alternative on-farm processes. That means we reduce the waste or valorize the on-farm residues. Step number B is disruptive technologies. That means changing the previous way of conventional technology with the new technologies and disrupt the processes which are currently adopted. Or third one is we adopt zero waste approach. That means every fraction of a crop or a food product is valorized so that we don't leave any waste. Here we have to distinguish between a waste as well as a side stream or byproduct. That's still debatable. So I'll go for step A, that is alternative on-farm processes. So if you'll see, European Union has come up with the Green Deal and farm to fork strategy. So the target for even for next 4 years target for 2030 is to reduce the pesticides by 50%. So that means we don't use a lot of chemicals in it. Nutrient losses, that means whatever fertilizers are used, how we can go with the reducing the losses in agriculture, in production. Antimicrobials, whether it's on the farmed agriculture, farmed animals, or aquaculture, or different processing, how we reduce the usage of antimicrobial and convert majority of the land into organic. That means reducing dependency on chemical fertilizers. So that is one, but our main theme is not altering the farm here. The main theme for this particular presentation is to do with the disruptive technology. So disruptive technology, as the previous ultrasound and steam, is a very interesting one, but that's a unit operation solving one problem, right? That's one particular problem about the disinfection. But if you take a food systems approach, it starts all the way from raw material quality. What are the current processes? That is all to do with the new processing technologies, or instead of using disruptive technologies, we use non-destructive technology, hyperspectral imaging or so. That's raw material quality evaluation. Novel disinfection, one example was already there compared to what chlorine is used. Processing, the range of different new technologies are available, which sounds more promising and less resource efficient compared to conventional processes, similar to freezing. So it has to be whole of the package. And most important element here is how we deploy the technology. And it is critical that one given technology cannot be suitable for all the crops or all the food material. So it has to be case by case. And what is the purpose? For instance, if we are making puree from tomato, a certain high pressure pulse electric field and technology can be used. Whereas if you're using a fresh tomato for salad purposes, high pressure cannot be used. For that, you may have to use some of the disinfection technology as an alternative to chlorine, maybe plasma or ozone. So the key challenge here is how we are able to reduce energy and water. And if you take United Nations Sustainability Developmental Goal, the two most critical one is good health and well-being and sustainable, responsible consumption and production. So third scenario here is food waste scenario. So if you take a global map, if you'll see here, there are two things. One is food losses and food waste. We know this debate a lot. That food losses, which is intended for human consumption, is lost due to different processing, post-harvest operations, and food waste, which is discarded by the consumer. If you account whole of the global food waste, this is based on 2012 data, the amount of greenhouse gas emissions coming out from the food waste can be considered as the third largest country globally. So this shows how critical it is to focus on food losses and food waste rather than altering the on-farm process to increase the production. And these losses accounts for 21% of fresh water, 19% of fertilizer, which was used to produce that crop or food, 18% of arable land, and 21% of landfill volume. So these are the estimates from one of the one of the paper on from Nature, and this is absolutely critical. So how do we address this? So we have technologies that's either a processing or the extraction. So processing is a classical example is about ultrasonics and steam, and similar ultrasonics can also be used for extraction and valorization. So how we can deploy different technology for post-harvest, even for germination, or for drying in new technologies, or going for food processing to improve food preservation, to improve microbial growth or shelf life. Going forward, nutritional aspect related to how we can preserve the nutrients, extraction of bioactives and food allergens. Going again for production of peptides and bioactives and to reduce food allergens, and new technologies to improve the functionality of ingredient, whether it's by homogenization, whether it's high pressure homogenization or ultrasonics for homogenization, crystallization of fats and sugars, or incorporation air to replace fat, or valorization, how best we can extract high value ingredient wastewater treatment or so. So novel technologies, if you do the horizon scanning with the literature or commercial applications, all the new technologies, there are over 50 applications have been reported as a unit operation in wider agri-food sector. So whether it's ultrasound for germination of grains or for using plasma for surface decontamination. So these technologies are in use, but they are for niche application. Now the question lies here, if we have to use new technologies and towards sustainable food system, what should be the principle behind that? So the key principle behind that is how do we reduce the negative environmental impact of the product and processes we do? So that 6 principles. One is what we do use is raw material, that is renewable biomass. Second and third principle is associated with solvent and energy, principally the solvent which are greener, principally water, or to use water as an alternative to chemical solvent or toxic or highly concentrated acids and alkaline solutions. And whatever process we develop, that process should not have negative impact. At the same time, it should be able to, we should be able to scale it up and should be relevant for the intended product. Another 2 principles are whatever target ingredients or extracts we are obtaining, they should have the same functionality, what for whatever may be their end application, or they should have the property same as what we would have obtained using conventional chemicals. A waste or byproduct produced during this process should be able to valorize it properly or should be safe enough for environment. Now, giving this overview all about sustainable food system, what is sustainable, what is unsustainable, what are the approaches we have to take or we can take, given our own area about food science and technology, how we can valorize the side stream or so. Now, I'll quote some of the case studies here. We all know dairy processing. We have milk. Milk is used for a number of different products. And technically, very limited amount of waste comes out from the liquid milk. So all the side stream, whatever comes out from cream, cheese, butter, milk, and infant milk formula or so, we know we have whey protein isolates and concentrate commercially available, lactoglobulins, protein hydrosolate, PLA, sugars, and derivatives. So one other aspect what is not really looked into is what we do with the processed water. Take an example of even for plant protein production. There's a current trends of going for plant protein. For every 100 kg or every 100 kg of protein, or you take every kg of a protein, plant protein produced, we need at least 200 liters of processed water. I'm not talking about the wastewater, I'm talking about the processed water. So that's still causing water challenges plus the environmental hazard. Second, if you take an example similar to seafood processing chain, you have a fish or crustaceans, the number of products are formed. You catch a fish, you clean it and wash it. And then you have number of different ingredients, whether different fractionation, conversion, separation techniques. We get proteins, lipids, chitin, chitosan, a different pharmaceutical ingredient. But again, the key challenge remains here is what we do with the processed water. If you talk about the wastewater coming in for yard washing and cleaning of equipment, that's one side. Other one is the processed water, because we need to use a potable water if we do have to extract plant protein, or if we do have to use extract chitin or chitosan from the shells, or to obtain a fish protein. That includes solubilization of fish protein in alkaline solution, then precipitating it in acidic solution, then neutralizing it, and that particular water, what we do with that. That's a challenge. So our research group has been and is lately been focusing on wastewater or processed water valorization. If you take a simple example here, if it's a whole fish, you wash it, you fillet it, you get protein-rich food. Or you have washed fish like sardines or smaller tuna, small fish. They're steamed or they're brined, you can it, and you get protein-rich food in the form of fish. So the water what we get either is stick water or a brine solution having 10 to 12% of protein, or steam alone leaves 5 to 8% of protein, or wash water. That means when you wash a fillet with the potable water, you get 1 to 3% protein washed in that water, which goes to the wastewater treatment plant. It takes high amount of BOD and COD to do that, to treat the water before it can be discharged to natural environment. So simple process here was to getting that water, doing the microfiltration, then ultrafiltration, and spray drying it, you get high quality soluble protein. And this is one of those example which is not being established yet, but now we have some success here commercially, industry started doing it, is coming in from taking example of whey protein. Whey protein isolate was there as a part of cheese process. Now we get whey protein isolate. So that's a clear example. And further subsequently, you can use this protein for different food products. Alternative to going for BOD or COD. Now, if you look at some of the examples here, what was the concentration of protein in salt brine or ultrafiltration or so how much protein we can recover it, not only solving the BOD and COD problem, but at the same time getting high quality protein. Second, valorization strategy here is a part of, again, number of European project and national project. Whatever wastewater we are getting, to use that wastewater to grow microalgae. That means it converts all the inorganic forms of nutrient in terms of nitrogen and the phosphorus and other elements to grow microalgae, and that microalgae can be used, can also be named as phytoremediation to produce microalgae. And if it cannot, there will be certain subject to regulation depending upon what source of water we are using to grow. But that is perfect for producing other biopolymeric ingredient which can be used for other allied agri-food sector. So third example here is we have one project going on at the moment called duck feed project. That's basically duckweed. And as you see, a lot of agriculture fertilizer runoff goes to the natural water, and we see all these green plants coming in on the lakes and all, and disturbing water ecosystem. So if we do grow this particular duckweed in a controlled manner, and their doubling time is less than a day or two, and this is a perfect source of protein for animal feed application. So we have our partner from collaborator from Israel, and they are producing duckweed in a large quantity with the protein content of over 35%, and is a perfect for animal feed. And certain places duckweed is currently grown in, even in the US, is grown in a fresh water to produce conventional to produce protein, which does not compete with the land. As you can see, the land requirement and recovery of protein per ton per hectare per year is quite significant compared to normal cereal crops. So in this case, so if you'll see, the example is very simple. Whether we grow duckweed or we grow microalgae, is a perfect alternative to conventional wastewater treatment. And once we have those two biomasses, we have number of different technologies which are already available and been reported extensively to valorize them for number of different high value ingredient, whether it's for feed or for even for fuel purposes, food, or different as an additive. Now, after growing all this, even if we do have some of the sludge left after valorization of water or valorization of any given biomass, we are running very interesting project as an environmental protection agency about urban biorefinery. That is, whatever sludge we are getting, this is obviously, this is not the general waste. It is just dairy processing sludge or sludge left over after anaerobic digestion. We have recently filed one IP related to this. When we use this sludge, how do we use ultrasonic technique to extract your humic acid and fulvic acid? Normal process was around 24 hours in high quantity of alkaline solution. We developed a process where we can get it in 7 minutes, humic acid and fulvic acid, and left over as a biofertilizer. Then we are closing the loop, and then to obtain, as well as the energy part of it. So that's some of the examples. I know I'm running very tight on our time. So I'll just quickly give you some examples. If you want to see further details related to our approach for zero waste and circular blue economy, it's commercial production, wastewater, and this is around the 8 million euros project, involves 7 industry partners. Companies are involved to produce microalgae and duckweed, and then whatever species are, we convert into number of different high value ingredients, whether it's a food ingredient, feed, biopolymer, biopesticides, and biofertilizer, as quoted previously. This is running, and whatever calculations was carried out, if you see the solid side stream, and I'm not going to go into details of it, and calculating the economics of it, whatever process water we have, how we can obtain the protein, minerals, and different streams. And this clearly reflects, if we focus on the side stream and a byproduct and a waste, we are able to obtain a lot of interesting products, not only for food application, but also for other application. So this was all the rosy picture. I'll quickly go on to the challenges which we face. Number one challenge is about the technology. We do know a lot about technology. It improves extraction yield, improve functionality, quality, nutritional attribute. What is really missing at the moment is what is the toxicological aspect of these technologies? What are the technologies inducing the processing induced chemicals, whether it's for instance, we have a project running at the moment, somehow the chromium is coming into it, or PFAS, that is Teflon coated material for baking application, how we can get alternative to that. So that is one of the aspects which is hindering its application towards the commercial side of it. And second, bigger challenge, which is for everybody, is we are quite keen on our comfort zone on a basic research and a lab research, whereas going towards a commercial system requires a lot of technology transition, and the focus should be on that side of it. And applications are there, how best we go and deploy these at a commercial scale. So we have certain projects running over here where we go for demonstration initiative and working at technology readiness level of 8 and 9. That means integrating into existing commercial lines. So to conclude, the key part for establishing or advertising any technology is a sustainable one. We have to look into 3 aspects, that's economy, environment, and what was the third one? And ecology. So all 3 things are very important. And transformation and translation approach, by this, what I mean is we need not to reinvent a wheel. We see how successful we are in a dairy, how we can replicate that into other water valorization, process water valorization, transformation strategy, how we can transform the side streams into high value ingredient. And we do have a lot of technologies are there, but we need to have bit of innovation, how we translate that technology in real life scenarios. And the critical way is to have food systems of value chain approaches is the way forward. So with this, thank you, and apologies for overshooting for few minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. No, it's fine. I think you are right on the time. So it's very interesting topic, valorization, and especially the case study you presented in your lab, from your lab on wastewater valorization, how efficiently we can utilize in different, streams and different products and different industry type. So now we will open for the question and answers. And if anyone has any questions, they can ask directly, or they can also send a text in the chat box. I have received few questions, so I can ask from them. The one which is on the policy side, as European Union, they have a good sustainable policies all over the, if we compare all the world countries. So there is a question like, different food waste, for example, generated from starting from the household to the restaurant, hotels, and then the industries. So there is a question which says like, is there any policy which says, all these agencies works together in terms of all kind of waste valorization, starting from household to the industry to eliminate the waste problems?
Yes, yeah. Actually, there are two, three things. One is about the classification or domestic waste with commercial one with different bin systems. Yeah. So there is a lot is going on with the direct composting. That is 3 days it compost, and in most of the places, its plastic is almost gone. So recycling is one part of it. Second one is some of those like okay, it wasn't in Europe before, where in India or where place we had a plastic bottles. A person comes in, he pays the money and go. But now in bottles they have R, so you can recycle it. So one of the critical factor is domestic side is one thing, but the major problem even was the supermarkets. If you go in the supermarket, there are tons of breads are there. Expiry day next day because they have to do offsetting. So how that waste can be first knowing it, how much it is generated and what way it can be processed. So that's what I always mean about innovative translation. We can do the work on the peels, another one, but first and foremost challenge was stabilization of it. So there are green deals and there are penalties. Even we are under pressure because we work for a state agency. We are also under pressure to reduce this wastage by 30% as what was there in that slide. How we valorize it. And the major problem is the food waste side of it. Food waste, that means consumer buy it and throw the pizza in a bin. So those segregations in a plastic, even within the plastic, you can recycle it. But the problem is if you have a black tray with the polyethylene. So segregation is a critical part. So there are policies and they're still developing it, and it takes a bit longer in Europe to develop it because there are a number of different member states, and even one person pulls out and it's no longer a law. Yeah. So there are policy and it's quite for very, very specific ones. Some are with urban, with EPA, some comes with the food, some comes with veterinary, depending upon the waste generated.
Okay, yeah, that's nice. So there is one more question which says, especially they are focusing on food waste, the byproducts from the industry. So it says like once we utilize that kind of, byproduct into another product, it is still generate a waste. I mean, if, for example, there is a fruit peel or some kind of bio product, that can be utilized in generation in for generating a bioactive component using extraction kind of technologies, but it's still there is a waste, right, at last. So how to address that waste, to make it like 100% waste valorization?
Okay, so that's one thing is cannot be a part is there is always even if you use a green energy, bulb lights and then we see heat, there will be, but that will be case to case. For instance, if you talk about citrus peel, for example, yeah, or take an apple pomace. So if take citrus peel, if you get your pectin out of it, you still have a fiber left, yeah, and the major fiber left, and then there is end product is about the energy side of it. AD, anaerobic digestion, is the one which is going forward with that. AD, and within that, whatever sludge is getting going for biofertilizer and ash. That's the reason why the particular project urban to waste was handled. And there is always a waste hierarchy. Lowest value is to get an energy out of it, burning out of it, and then to get number of different ingredients. But here the major challenge was related to the water. If you're extracting a bioactive, everybody dries it, use 1:20 ratio, 100 grams with the 20, that means you're using 2 liters of water. Within that, you're getting 5% solid. And that water, so that's whole focus was how we make a water. The tighter regulation here is you cannot throw the wastewater into river just like that. The water which coming out of the industry in Europe is as good as a drinking water quality. So that means they already have that type of issue to valorize it. They've been forced.
Yeah.
So there is goes back to the nature, and that is only possible to throw it back to the nature if you are not using harmful chemical. If you're using chloroform, methanol, and all to do your bacterial extraction, the water what is coming out, it has to go through a more expensive process. Something like diamond is expensive, and extracting diamond from Antarctica, the cost of extraction is more than with the value of it. So
Yeah.
that's why balancing those 3 E's becomes quite important.
Yeah. And the last question is are there any industry which is dedicated to food waste valorization, or are there any, sectors or the department within an industry which tackle this food waste?
So there are number of companies. So simple and foremost, simple company itself, you take it is about the whey protein, which we all know. Now, cheese is a secondary way becomes an important. Second one is if you see peanut protein concentrate is there coming from peanut oil. I'm just giving the macro ones, the smaller ones are there. Same thing in China, there's a big demand from chlorogenic acid that is coming in from the sunflower. You have sunflower oil, you have sunflower meal for the protein, and the bioactive phenolics, the chlorogenic acid, which is used very expensive. Same thing from the fish side of it, chitin, chitosan. There are a number of different companies. They are producing those ingredients, functionalizing it, and utilizing it. And there are numerous commercial examples related to waste valorization. It just depends what you call it, a waste, side stream, or byproduct.
Yeah.
I'll give one simple example for in animal processing, meat is the main product for food, skin is a waste. Whereas for the leather industry, skin is the main product, meat is not. Well, depending upon the animal. So
Type of
it's
industry.
yes, where we draw a line is a primary, secondary, and tertiary processing. So there are hundreds of examples can be given. I quoted 3 what I can think of straight away. Another one
Yeah.
is microalgae. For production of microalgae, a lot of companies are producing microalgae. So if it comes to food, it has to have a different regulation that's depending upon what our end product or end application is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari, for your nice presentation and for question and answers. I think we have concluded our session on trends in food science and technology. So, Dr. Sarma, do you have anything to say?
No, sir, no such as thing. I just want to thank all the invited speakers and session chair who has joined us on this time, all the way from US, Canada, and from Dublin. And thank you for such an astute and insightful presentations. I'm sure students who have joined us online have benefited a lot from your insights and from your knowledge and experience. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and it's a heartfelt thank for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Dr.
Thank you,
Monica.
so see you in Dublin shortly anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.